Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good evening. How are you all doing today? Lennon, so I know that they're in the process of it. It seems to look good with this Gaza negotiations, but you have to remember that Donald Trump is very pro Netanyahu, and we already have a ceasefire with Lebanon. Well, not we, they do, rather. We got them one. But they've still been attacking Lebanon since then. That hasn't stopped. I mean, maybe a little bit less. But then again, like the entire point here being this was always going to happen. Donald Trump said he wanted, the genocide done by the time he takes office, and Netanyahu was very appeasing of that standpoint. He was okay with that. And realistically, this doesn't mean a ceasefire. This means a cease of information. What's up, Leftist Leo? I like the name change. Oxpecker, it got a cease fino? What is that? Cease foreign and international opposition? So we can say, look, I made all the war magically stop. Literally, that's the exact point. That's the only point. It's ridiculous. So we have a lot to go into today, but I just want to touch on one Australia-related thing, just because I find it pretty ominous, really, for Australia, at least, not for the rest of you guys, but our housing market looks like it's going to crash the same way that America's did in 2008. And just for like a concept of background here, when the 2008 financial crash happened, Australia was one of the least affected countries. And so we got through it pretty easily. The people here don't have that mental experience of what speculation, what commodification of housing what problems can come from that. And I mean, let's just take a look.
Australia's housing market is in a downturn for the first time in almost 2 years after the average national price of a property dipped slightly in December. The data from CoreLogic shows the median value of property sold in the last month of 2024 was just shy of $815,000 after a
Jesus Christ. Yeah, housing is the only commodity here, by the way, realistically, that matters. Every Australian is taught that if they want to grow wealth, they need to purchase a property because that's what our economy is built on. It's tourism, selling natural resources, and owning houses. But we don't build enough houses because they don't actually want to decrease the housing prices. They want them to go up, and they want them to go up slowly. Not too fast, not too slow. It's ridiculous, and it's not going to work, but
price drop of 0.1%. But with so much of the population...
Trump will end the genocide by ending you seeing it, and they'll still just finish it behind the scenes, Comrade Lennon. Come on. You know that that's what's going to happen. We've covered this well before the presidency, like well before the election. It was always going to be, if Trump wins, then nobody talks about it, and then all the Palestinians just die quietly.
Not even thinking about purchasing property. What does this mean for renters? Dr. Michael Fotheringham is the Managing Director at the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute, and he joins me now to answer that question. Michael, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
This is an ever so slight downturn. Any news like this is good for buyers, but what does it mean?
Real quick, to understand this little slight downturn is only an issue because right before the 2008 financial crash, we had housing prices soaring. We had them going up and up and up and up. Some over like, some doubled in prices. We had a bubble based on speculative investment, on low interest loans, which the low interest loans part doesn't apply to here now, but the Australian household debt is 130% of the GDP. It's, not very quietly, the bombs are deafening. I mean, quietly for Americans.
For renters.
Well, I think we can overinterpret this. A 0.1% decline over 1 month, as you say, in December is not a meaningful change in the market overall. I think we need to look at the 12-month figures or more.
You know what? Let's hear you real quick, because this one's mine.
Final big auction burst of the year has now come and gone.
I know it's you.
Some cities
wobble. We're leftist Leo now.
So it raises the question, can bargain hunters nab a good deal this summer? To tell us more, we're joined by Domain Property editor
And that's
Alice.
the point that I want to make, because the housing prices have continued to go up They had a slight downturn, but everybody in the country is still thinking about this as if like, oh, well, maybe I can get a quick bargain. Maybe I can just get in and make a deal here, which under normal circumstances makes sense. But this has been a continuing trend. We're not building enough houses. The housing prices have raised significantly, and there is a commodity market of speculative investment in housing. They're right in this video, in the first 10 seconds, they're talking about, oh, well, I wonder if I could buy a house while it's cheap so it can go up. It's speculation. And we also have the issue of venture capitalists, the same thing that America has, but we also have foreign investors who come in here and buy property, which Canada stopped them from doing. And so this is a problem that's going to continue to get worse and eventually pop like the housing bubble did in 2008, I would assume. I mean, hopefully not.
Alice, good morning to you. It's a long time since we've used the word Australian property and bargain in the same sentence. What cities are good and what cities are floundered at the auctions this past weekend?
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Dan. Look, the market started with an absolute bang, but it's really kind of petering out and ending with a win.
Hey, sister to all, Comrade Lennon, do you just wait for that? Because I think they kind of already did.
Say, certainly the auction-centric cities such as Melbourne and Sydney are the ones that are softening the most. And then on the other hand, we've got these tiger markets, which basically consists of Brisbane, Adelaide and Perth. Now, they're less auction-centric, but they definitely are seeing still very strong price growth.
Maybe I can figure out what the most financially convenient option is while still making an active effort to not be politically engaged. Literally, these people. Like, we don't have to watch the whole thing. I don't necessarily care about it all that much. I just found it worrying that it's almost the exact same scenario as America pre-2008. So, moving on, we are going to look at some of the Pete Hegseth hearings and stuff today, but really quickly. They snuck through HR 28 today. HR 28 passed with just 2 Democrat votes. HR 28 is a bill based around removing the rights of trans people, to be pretty blunt about it. Hey, what's up, NoCal Mike? Can I get the lowdown on you somewhat? What's the 411? Well, you can watch and find out. So 2 Democrats voted for this. What is this actual bill? What does it actually do, though? Well, let's have a look. So, first of all, the bill is called the Education Amendments of 1972, blah, 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 fuck that. Here we go. Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025. The amendment, Section 901 of the Education Amendment, is amended by adding, at the end, the following. 1. It shall be a violation of subsection A for the recipient of federal financial assistance who operates, sponsors, or facilitates any athletic program or activity to permit a person whose sex is male to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designated for women and girls. The purposes of the subsection, sex shall be recognized based solely on a person's reproductive biology and genetics at birth. For the purposes of this subsection, the term athletic programs and activities include, but is not limited to, all programs or activities that are provided conditional upon participation with any athletic team. Nothing in this subsection shall be construed to prohibit a recipient from permitting males to train or practice with an athletic program activity that is designated for women or girls, so long as no female is deprived of a roster spot on the team or sport. Obviously, so all of this stuff, right? It's not just sports. It's not just sports. Because what this does, look at the wording here, right? Facilitates any program to permit people who are like trans from playing sports, right? Financial assistance. That's a threat to institutions like schools. Secondly, sex shall be recognized solely based on a person's reproductive biology. What are they? This opens the door for harassment of all kinds of children. What are they going to do? Genital checks to make sure? What if, like, you start school and you're a trans kid who's already, like, I don't know, you're like 9, so you're on puberty blockers, you've socially transitioned, your documents have been fixed by your parents. Are they going to check? Because they can. The Comptroller General shall carry out a study to determine the meaning of the phrase any other benefits used in paragraph 4, as in nothing in this subsection shall be construed, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. By looking at benefits to women or girls participating in single-sex sports that would be lost by allowing males to participate, the study shall document the adverse psychological development and precipitory sociological results to girls of allowing... So it's going to be a lie, because it's going to be almost exactly like... what's that study that they did in England? The CAST report. It's just going to have really shitty methodology. It's not going to actually mean anything. And they're going to use this to attack people. There's like 7 trans people in America who play high school sports. This is the waste of government resources. It literally is. It's the dumbest fucking... Doesn't the law approve genital checks? I mean, yeah, it kind of does. It's not overt in how it's phrased, but technically, Kadiris, yeah, I mean, you could use this as justification to do something like that. It would be difficult, but it could be. And speaking of Nancy Mace, by the way, imagine if it showed nothing that'll tell them. They'll just lie, Comrade Linda. That's exactly what they did with the CAST report. So here's Nancy Mace and Jasmine Crockett arguing today.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, trans, trans so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not...
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
Triggered much?
47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have...
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever
I
will
am
in my life.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I
Order.
am not a
Chairman.
child.
God
I am not
damn,
reclaiming my
she
time.
is such a snowflake.
I want y'all
I
to
am
tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do
not...
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
Somebody
I'm a
say
grown
rape?
which
woman.
of those
I'm 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have...
glass ceilings than you
Chairman,
ever.
Oh, holy crap. Thank you for the raid, Tina 2. God damn. Shout out. That is much appreciated. Now, again, just to circle back, what we're talking about here is HR 28 that was passed today. Let me reopen it. This is a bill that essentially, it's worded as the Protect Women and Girls in Sports Act. It's going to do nothing. It's a waste of government resources, but it does open the door for people to have harassment based on genitals. It opens the door for school administrators to want to check a child's genitals if they want to play on a sports team. It's kind of fucked. But I just want to hear Nancy Mace have her little snowflake trigger moment again because it was so good.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, trans, trans so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all to tell me whether or
Do
not...
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I'm 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have...
Genuinely triggered, just crying like a snowflake. And Sister Doll, yes, actually, my health is all fine. I just need to quit vaping. That was what the doc said. This isn't the law that outlaws the 6 trans athletes in a given state, but it's the law that will allow for that law. Basically, yeah.
Ceilings and
Chairman,
Order,
I am
please.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that. I am not a child.
Lady Bad Ash, all transphobia is cloaked in feminism. Transphobia in and of itself is misogynistic. You guys understand that, right? Because to be transphobic, the mental processes that you need to have is that women are for making babies. That's the fundamental foundation of the people that, of people like libs of TikTok out here doxing and dead naming trans people that are in government. By the way, the only reason I'm even putting this up there is because a trans person told me that it would not be bad to do that. Quit vaping. I can't even quit cigars again. I mean, cigarettes and cigars are easier to quit than vaping. That's the issue. But understand, right? This is not just about hate. It's also about mental illness. It started off with hate. It started off with the people that wanted to hate trans people because it was an easy scapegoat. It started off with the people who want to just hate women, and trans women are an easier step to start from. But it's also the fact that these people, over the years and years and years of this, have lost their fucking minds. They're banning trans people. Everyone is being pushed back into the closet. I mean, basically. So here's a little Twitter thread. Misogyny is the root of most people's right-wing infatuation. I mean, yeah, that's like I've said, you have to hate women to be a fascist. Minimum. Like, that's where it comes from. It comes from sexual insecurity, creating other insecurities in your life. If it has a bunch of other prescriptions for what women should be doing apart from giving birth, I mean, yes, but that's the base foundation that they use. Thank you for the sub-political smack. Now, again, I shouldn't be forced to go through this shit talking about, like, having to see trans people. Next time I see your kind IRL, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Fed posting by this guy. More Fed posting that I'm not going to read. Just talking about being violent towards trans people. I deleted some of my tweets yesterday because they make me look psychotic and not in the based way. Are you fucking kidding? How can you be self-aware enough to understand that your tweets look psychotic, but then still be like, oh, but not in the based way? And also just, you know, the same continuous bullshit. Who needs a sub that's active type 1? I have no idea. But this is what I mean. These people are crazy. Look at what the state of the right wing is, guys. This is what it's come to.
Hall of Famer Hulk Hogan joins
this is our country. We used to be a serious fucking country, and now we have some washed up has-been wrestler drinking beers on Fox News. Are you fucking kidding me? Are we a joke? Are we really this unserious?
After he chugs the beer. How you doing, Hulk?
Man, I cannot believe you pulled me out of the party, brother. We got Hogan's Hangout.
Just when I was out, they pull me back in. Sorry, I was watching The Sopranos yesterday.
Karaoke, we're drinking real American beer made by real Americans. We got a real American president, brother, and we're already celebrating the inauguration even before it happens because we know we're getting our country back, brother. Wow.
We got the pre-party WE.
Just ew. I mean, yeah, ew. But it's not just ew. Ew isn't like yes, this is disgusting. Yes, it's sad. Yes, it's unfortunate. But there's so much more to it than that. It's retardation. It really is just that. Now, quickly, jumping to the next topic. Let's talk about TikTok. The TikTok ban is looming. And Americans have made some fucking decisions, and I am all for it because they are so funny.
As the threat of a TikTok ban looms, some US TikTok users are flocking to Chinese social media app Xiaohongshu, making
so
it the
funny,
top downloaded
Illy
app
Kitty.
in the US. Users landed on the app called Little Red Book in India.
I downloaded it this morning. How do I pronounce this again? Xiaohongshu?
As an alternative to TikTok, with some saying they specifically picked the Chinese app to protest the TikTok ban.
Today,
British spotted, Dylan.
It has grown into a popular platform for young people to share practical tips or tutorials on various topics like beauty, fashion, fitness, adventure, or even career advice. The app has over 300 million monthly active users. And
it's not even just this app. They're posting resources for you to use other Chinese apps. You can make money off this. They're talking about, hey, you can monetize even if you live in the United States. Now time to start protesting and speaking Chinese into the microphones. I mean, the megaphones. True. And the thing is, you can't quite protest certain things on these apps, but at the moment, who gives a shit? America's the one that is the easier target. I don't want to yell about China right now. China seems to be winning without even doing anything. Luigi is everywhere on this app.
And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan. I've seen it.
To be clear, I'm not a China stan, but it is so funny.
I've seen it. I can't even compute all of it. It's so fantastical. You've not seen nothing. You ain't heard nothing. You ain't smelled nothing like this. I don't have words to tell you. But I tell you, anybody tries to get in the way of the incredible plan the big guy's got for us has got me pissed, and I'm just begging to stay on the team, man. Just put me in the game, coach. Whatever you say, coach. I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. Man, you're amazing. I'm so lucky you made me. What do I do, Bob? Like a hunting dog, man.
Man, if Alex Jones wasn't right-wing and he could have been so fucking funny. New China without the CCP? True.
Just take me out of the house. Just turn me on them. Just tell me what I got to do. Tell me how I serve you. Tell me what I can do for you right now. Woo! And let me tell you, I've been taken up to the third heaven. I've been jacked into the big plan.
Man, it's just so funny. And to be clear, I mean, Americans are learning.
Hello to all of my friends in China. I am Pastor Ben.
你好，我在中国的所有朋友，我是本牧师，我是众多人中的一员，来自。
I'm gonna learn Mandarin just by being on that app. Alex Jones would be the greatest leftist shitposter. Why aren't all the frogs gay? I mean, yeah, why aren't all the frogs gay? I know I'm weak. I know I'm pathetic. That was actually what I was about to come back to, Sundry Clown Car. That is so funny to say, because obviously that was said in relation to someone like Donald Trump being like, hey, I'm here. Hey, like, I'll fight for you. I'll do whatever you say. But it is a clear representation of the entire right wing, because all of them are that. They are all weak and pathetic and have no actual beliefs of their own. They just want to follow the strong person in charge. I'm waiting for China to combat climate change for the rest of the world. Dictatorships are awesome if the leaders pursue the same goals you pursue. Yeah, good luck with that one. I'm not sure you can really expect it. But an American TikToker, who's actually quite good, Soupy, made a really excellent point on the subject. Thank you for the sub. And because frogs are busy being turned trans, that's why they're not all gay. Yeah, that's actually true. Those frogs weren't just turning gay. They were turning into intersex frogs because of the chemicals in the water.
Fascist countries ban apps. Fascist countries ban websites. Fascist countries ban apps and websites under the guise of threats to national security.
Thank you.
When every other country knows it's about suppressing the free speech of its citizens.
Guys.
If the government believes that a single app could quote from the hearing on...
Again, just to clarify, TikTok functions the same exact way as every other social media app. They collect the same information that every other social media app does. And if you have a brain, you don't necessarily trust that, I don't know, Meta wasn't already selling your data to the Chinese. Elon is absolutely selling your data to the Chinese because he works for the Chinese. He wants to build a giant mega foundry there. He's in the process of it. Even the right is mad at him about it, and we're going to look more into that today.
On the 10th, skew the perspective of American citizens.
There's nothing special about TikTok.
Anti-American? Maybe the real problem is that American citizens are already in such a state of political unrest and unhappiness that our government is scared.
Political smack. God damn, thank you. You're just like on fire today.
A single foreign influence could tip the scale and have it all be over. Don't you think that by taking away the...
None of them want to do anything about Telegram. Exactly. And again, Oxpecker, speaking of Telegram, Australia now, as of 2025, has banned social media for those that are under 16. What's not on that list? Telegram, Rumble, and Kick. Like, it's fucking ridiculous that those are the ones that they didn't add in. Those are the ones that they didn't ban. I'm working on it. I'm gonna go see some Green Party people on Saturday about this and see if I could get them to have a conversation about it. We're working on it. But like, the fact is, they don't care about protecting you online. What they want is to censor their opposition. That's all they care about. The reason that TikTok is what's being focused on is because TikTok is where the pro-Luigi, the pro-Palestinian sentiment was mainly coming from. And that's what scared the people in power. That's what scared Congress.
Communications channel of Americans.
Good to see you, Headless Chicken.
It's gonna make those 170 million Americans a little more anti-American. Maybe Congress knows and understands that. Maybe the government knows that the backlash it will receive from banning TikTok
if it banned all of them, I'd be happier.
Does not outweigh the threats that come.
I would lose my stream. Like, first of all, like, they could just ban all of it And I would be okay with that. Even YouTube, and I love YouTube. It's pretty much where I spend most of my time, free time wise. But the idea of spending all our time online has removed our ability as a species to really have in-person communal social interaction to the extent that we need to, especially in places like the United States, especially in places like Australia, especially ban Facebook, please save the old people. I mean, yeah, but really ban Instagram, ban, I don't know what the fuck I would do with myself without YouTube. Read a book, go to a library, make friends, go outside, try and enter the government from the bottom up and create real lasting positive change. Because, you know, that's kind of the thing, right? We need to go out and we need to talk to people. I say this all the time. Talk to your neighbors, walk around your community. These are how you create the change. Spending time on Twitter arguing with Nazis is not fixing anything. Spending time on TikTok making videos will get the message out, sure, but at some point you need to get the fuck outside. Visora shilling for big book and big just go outside, yeah. Also big touch grass. That's my biggest donor right there.
With its existence. Not in a matter of national security.
Awesome, Lady Badash.
But in a matter of being the most popular news and media outlet that the government cannot control. Like,
Dylan, Facebook people think that there are aliens in the ocean. They think that the UFO hearings that Congress had, the first one, not really, but the second one, that they said in these hearings that there's aliens living in the ocean communicating with us, which is just not true and has never been true. But we watched the hearings on stream, but no one gave a shit. And no, that's not what they said. But on top of all of this about TikTok, right? This is what Joe Biden said today. And I'm not sure he's right here, guys.
Better strategic position in the long-term competition with China than we were when I took office. You all recall many experts believe were predicting it was inevitable that China's economy would surpass ours. According to many predictions, that would happen by the year 2030 or shortly thereafter. But we in this room said no. If we make the investments
Dylan, that's
ourselves,
so
we
funny.
protect our workers and technologies, that will not happen. Now, according to the latest predictions, on China's current course, they will never surpass us. Period.
Look, militarily, maybe for now, but I feel like maybe culturally they're mogging us just a little bit, at least today. You think he's not right about the better strategic position? He has a stutter. You don't have to make fun of him. He has a speech impediment. Depending on what he gave me, I might be convinced to. True. All right. Well, I just gotta say, like, China isn't great. I don't want to live in China, but they're mogging us. We gotta do better. We gotta do better. And we're not doing better because, I mean, look at the Pete Hegseth hearings from today. First, let's start with a nice little Lincoln Project down, because I like what they do. I mean, they're not on our side, but they do make good ads. I was having too much of that.
America's men and women in uniform need real leadership at the Pentagon. Character, courage, honor, experience. Those are what a real leader brings to the fight. Pete Hegseth isn't just unqualified to be Secretary of Defense. He's embarrassing, sick, struggles with alcohol, drunk.
Now, I had this chicken, you're right. A lot of people disregard that Biden has a stutter. It's easy to target for fuckwits to attacks. I've been saying this for a while. Trump is more mentally declined than Joe Biden. It's just Trump can speak well because he's media trained and he was a celebrity and he was on TV for a long time. Whereas Joe Biden is the same thing. He's the same guy. He just has a speech impediment. So when his mental faculties decline, it looks worse. Not that it actually is worse, and they are good at propaganda.
Drunken rages in bars and strip clubs. Fired from 2 veterans organizations for financial and personal misconduct. While at Fox, Hegseth paid off a woman after she reported he sexually assaulted her. Pete Hegseth's own mother calls him an abuser of women. These aren't the qualities of a leader.
When your mom is telling people that you are an abuser of women, I feel like maybe that's a bit of a red flag.
They're weaknesses for our enemies to exploit. Pete Hegseth isn't just unqualified. He isn't just unprepared. Pete Hegseth is downright dangerous for our troops. He's a risk America can't take.
True. Now, let's see him get just utterly annihilated.
Your second wife, correct? Time you were still.
Okay, this one. Let's start with
correct?
Tim Kaine.
I believe so. And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely cleared.
So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked.
You should be afraid of Pete Hegseth.
That you would stand here and say you're completely cleared.
Yeah, look, just because you weren't legally found, like, guilty of what, like, the fact that this is still a thing, he doesn't think about this kind of stuff. You're going to see later, he has to be reminded to give a shit about his children, so.
Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared? How is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth.
True, Comrade Lennon. They're the Epstein party. We know this.
And she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she was, and you cheated on
I'd rather just add some ethics into it. That'd be great. Any ethics, any amount of it.
Child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false charges.
Well, no.
So this continues.
Those first and second wives from any kind.
Not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those confidentiality agreement? Agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
As in, I have no intention of releasing the NDA that I have on my ex-2 wives, yeah.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality.
Of course it is, Chatty, but that's
Senator,
what we give a
that's
shit about.
not my responsibility.
Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence against any of your wives?
Senator, absolutely not.
But you would agree with me that if
That's not true.
someone had committed physical violence against a spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
You cheated on your wife hard enough to have a baby. Well, actually, my cheating baby is loved by God, so checkmate, literally. My cheating created a baby, so God's actually happy.
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
I don't think it's a hypothetical.
Oops. Didn't mean to open it in that tab, but yeah, no, what just happened? Why is this not playing now? Come on.
Spouse should be a disqualifying fact.
God damn it. Sorry, Blue Sky is annoying me. These are his tattoos, by the way. Just so you understand, these tattoos are associated with Christian nationalists. They're also associated with some Nazi-esque groups, but it's Crusader tattoos. This is the type of tattoo that, I mean, Pete Hegseth thinks he is a Templar knight wanting to go onto the Crusades and reclaim Christian land. He's fucking insane.
Disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
It is not.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
And in this hypothetical, would that not be disqualifying? What a little bitch.
I don't think it's a hypothetical. Violence against spouses occurs every day. And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact.
It's Nazi shit, but Americans tend to associate it with, like, Christian nationalism. And honestly, the word Nazi just puts people off at this point. We need to find better words. You were asked to come here and explore the hypothetical, my guy. Yeah, literally, that's his job. That's what he's supposed to be doing here, but no.
For being secretary of the most powerful nation in the world, you're demonstrating an astonishing lack of judgment.
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
An astonishing lack of judgment, in fact.
Give this to President Trump or the transition team as they were considering you to be nominated for Secretary of Defense. You didn't reveal the the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement. You didn't reveal...
They cheated everything. Dylan, didn't Elon just get caught cheating at video games? Like he was paying someone to boost his account while he pretended that he was the best fucking like Diablo 4 player in the world?
The cash payment. Why didn't you inform...
Here's the Christian nationalist shit. Oh, oopsie.
Chief of the transition team of this...
This is the Christian nationalist shit. This is the tattoos that he's fully covered in. Right there. The name of Male Rights USA kind of gave me a red flag, but whatever. You can stay with it.
Very relevant event.
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and honest with me. We've had great conversations between the two of us. And I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump has given me.
You chose not to reveal this, right? Because you knew it would hurt your chances.
The guy works on
So you chose
Fox
not
News,
to reveal this really important thing to the...
Oh, surprise, surprise, the Fox News host withheld important information while talking to somebody, while telling a story, didn't include the parts that makes him and his side look bad? That's shocking.
Commander-in-Chief of the transition team because you were worried about your...
The transition team was one other person? Back up? Let me see.
Event.
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and honest with me. We've had great conversations between the two of us. And I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump has given me.
You chose not to reveal this, right?
I mean, I support male rights too. It's just the name Male Rights USA gives me the same vibe of like, I don't know, all lives matter in response to Black Lives Matter. It's just, it's a thing that you pick up. I'm not necessarily making a judgment.
You knew it would hurt your chances. So you chose not to reveal this really important thing to the Commander-in-Chief of the transition team because...
Speaking of the alcoholism, let's continue.
You've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be...
No, that one we already watched. Sorry.
Not anonymous. And I'll... They're not anonymous. And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim that this was all anonymous. We have seen records.
Guys, thank you for
with
all the
names
subs.
attached to all of these, including the name of your own mother. So don't make this into some anonymous press thing. We have seen multiple names of colleagues consistently throughout your career that have talked about your abusive actions,
Chairman,
attitudes,
I think he's
words,
over
and
his time.
statements
He's way
to women.
over his time.
I now yield.
And
look, it's not just good that's come out of this though, because you can see where their mentality is at on their side. This is from Senator Shealy, or Sheehy.
Pete, I'm actually going to ask you questions because I want to hear your answer.
What's his actual name? Yeah,
How many genders are there? Tough one.
Senator, there are two genders.
I know that well. I'm a she-he, so I'm on board.
Oh yeah, that was so funny that you had to laugh twice, eh? Just making casual transphobia jokes. That's what the right is focusing on at the confirmation hearings.
I'm on board.
Whereas everyone that has any kind of like
Pete,
desire
I'm going to ask you questions
to make positive change is, yeah.
I want to hear your answer. How many genders are there? Tough one.
Senator, there are two genders.
I know that well. I'm a she-he.
Piece of shit. Here's Senator Mazie Hirono.
As part of my responsibility as a member of this committee to ensure the fitness of all nominees to come before any of the committees on which I sit, I ask the following two initial questions. First, since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
Senator, I was falsely accused in October of 2017. It was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
I don't think
allegedly
completely cleared is accurate, but the fact is that your own lawyer said that you entered into an NDA.
They're having a hearing for Naomi Klein tomorrow?
Paid a person who accused you of raping her a sum of money to make sure that she did not file a complaint. Moving on. As Secretary, you will be in charge of maintaining good order and discipline by enforcing the Uniform Code of Military Justice, UCMJ. In addition to the sexual assault allegations, and by the way, the answer to my second question should have been yes.
The Democrat former CIA officer grilled him real good. Yeah, like I picked out some of the best clips, but she's just mogging him. It's just she doesn't have that same punch type of, her rhetoric doesn't feel like it's actually hitting him, but she is mogging him.
I have read multiple reports of your regularly being drunk at work, including by people who worked with you at Fox News. Do you know
I feel like being drunk at work is woke, so,
that being drunk at work is prohibited for service members under the UCMJ?
Senator, those
Yes
are
or no?
multiple false anonymous reports peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know
that
that
run
drinking
directly
on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated
Channel.
It is woke, isn't it? It's woke to drink on the job. It's also quite telling that he won't even engage with the question.
At Fox News Channel, who I work with,
I'm not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record
question.
and said they
Oh, he's also a sex
statement
pest.
says that you commit to holding leaders accountable at all levels. That includes you, of course. And frankly, as secretary, you will be on the job 24/7. You recently promised someone.
I did, but here's another one.
Drinking, won't drink.
Definitely go and follow
absolutely.
Tina
Will
too.
you resign as Secretary of Defense if you drink on the job, which is a 24/7 position?
I've made this commitment on behalf of
Will you
men and women
resign as
serving.
Secretary of Defense? if
Oh,
you
I can't give
drink
another shout out for 30 minutes. Oopsie. Go follow Tina too.
On behalf of the men and women I'm serving.
He's a piece of shit. Guys, you have to understand, if they confirm him, and you can just see the downfall of young people who are going to get shipped off to go die in the mountains of Iran somewhere.
Deployment.
I'm not hearing an answer to my question, so I'm going to.
Well, this asshole sits drunk and watches it.
While you have made that commitment, you will not commit to resigning if you drink on the job. As Secretary of Defense,
Literally, if he drinks on the job, he won't resign.
to swear an oath to the Constitution and not an oath to any man, woman, or president.
Mountains of Greenland, that too.
Senator, on multiple occasions, including as a young second lieutenant, I have sworn an oath to the
Answer is
Constitution,
yes.
and I'm proud to do so. Yes, ma'am.
In June of 2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
So, real quick, well, because Greenland was brought up, a lot of you haven't been in my chat before, so I'm not sure if you guys have seen this, but this was Canada's counter offer to becoming the 51st state, and I love it so much that I had to pause whatever we were doing to make sure that you all get to see this.
Hey, Donald, have we got a deal for you?
Oops, sorry,
you
a bit
think
loud.
we want to be the 51st state? Nah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province. How about it? California, Oregon, Washington? You've got geography in common with us. And not only that, we've already got a carbon trading system between California and Quebec. We've got some strong alliances on our west coast from British Columbia. There's been a lot of academic papers on the
Obviously,
idea.
if this went to a referendum, there's enough people that would vote no that it wouldn't happen. But I still think it's worth trying. I think they should put this up to a vote.
Cascadia. So California, Governor Newsom, and Washington State, Jay Inslee, and newly elected Governor of Oregon, Tina Kotek. How about it? Want to put a referendum to your citizens? Because this is what you deal. Have we got a deal for you? This is what you get. Free health care. Universal free health care. No more one-year-olds who suddenly fall off the Medicaid list and their parents are in the news because they're trying to do a GoFundMe so they can get their daughter to a doctor.
Yeah.
Universal free health care. And guess what? Those gun laws that your Congress is...
I think that it's a really good sell. I don't know. I don't think it'll happen, but I think it's a good sell.
Senator, I was...
Maybe do a trade, give the Yanks Alberta and take California in exchange. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Now, let's jump to Kristen Gillibrand.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, god damn. I hate that all of these clips have different levels of volume.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I do want to thank you for your service.
You're moving to Canada.
And I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military, harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes, because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well. And I
remember,
don't know if
he is a man that has said that women have no place in the military, in the armed forces. He backtracks on this a bit in this exchange, although not really.
If you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up, because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds.
By the way, I'm not saying anything because I have nothing to disagree with here on.
Of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military.
Just off the topic, Lady Badash, Canada does supply the majority of power for the northern states. We also import quite a lot of oil from you guys that we get crude and we refine. So the tariffs aren't happening. Trump already backed down on the Mexico tariffs. This is all a distraction. Trump's not in charge. We have an oligarchy. And yes, he really does have a dropkick face. The right would 100% back up California leaving the U.S., not the people in California, although that would be great if they did. Still, put it up to a vote.
Combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you...
I'm an American. I get to vote, motherfucker.
...layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, as Secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2 mile run, Tom, is about the Army combat fitness test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in...
We're trying to distract from how the price of eggs is not going to go down no matter how hard he mocks Justin Trudeau. The price of eggs is only going to go up. Most people don't understand how food prices work, right? You know, we don't have a deflationary currency. Once the food prices go up, they don't come down. The way that you fix that is you increase wages to match the cost of living increases, or rather to not necessarily match them, but to improve them.
Industry, men and women, they are gender neutral and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans.
Again, why the fuck is a host from Fox News going to be our Secretary of Defense? Why? On what planet does that make any kind of... Well, I mean, in fascist America, that makes sense, I guess. It's just nonsense that's meant to distract, because he makes no decisions either. If we put this guy as the Secretary of Defense, do you think he gets to make a single decision? He's a fucking alcoholic. No, of course he doesn't. He gets to do what everyone on top of him, above him, his masters tell him to do, and then he gets to take credit for what ends up being positive, and he gets thrown under the bus for whatever's negative. That's his job. What does he even know about the military? I mean, he knows some stuff about the military, but he's not qualified, capable, nor is he... he's a clown. He's a fucking clown, and he's there so they can throw him under the bus later. Zach, the world pays for the clown show and the clown show proceeds, or produces rather. Yeah, both.
Get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please...
He was a major.
Explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean. and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments.
Yep,
and I would point out I have never disparaged women serving in the military.
Yes, you fucking did.
Respect every single female service member that has put on the uniform, past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen
women in combat roles. I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated. We've all served with women and they're...
If no one watched Fox News, this wouldn't be happening? Yeah.
Standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, ranger school, infantry battalions, to ensure that commanders meet...
Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized
meet
statements.
Quotas to have a certain number of
That's
female
not a thing.
infantry
That doesn't...
officers.
Wait, there is no quotas. There's no... You have to have certain number of female officers in this battalion. Like, we don't do that. We don't have anything like that.
Or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those women.
Commanders do not have to meet quotas for the infantry.
Thank you.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist. And your statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding...
The United States Army has a recruitment crisis. They don't have the bodies to apply a quota on top of that. True. Sundry Clown. That's so true that during the War on Terror, we were literally recruiting from the Klan, from neo-Nazi groups, from people who got out of prison and couldn't get jobs otherwise. We were looking for anybody that we can to send over there. We still have less than we want because, you know, the War on Terror ended and then people left and then they came home and all of their benefits were cut. The VA is shit. Most of them are homeless now. So, yeah, we have a bit of a recruitment crisis. Why do you think that Oklahoma is trying to pass that new law that makes it so if you graduate high school, you have to be accepted and be able to pay for a university or a trade school, or otherwise you have to join the military to get your high school diploma? Oklahoma is the testing ground for this, to see how shit it gets, because if it works out, they're going to make everyone in the country have to deal with this. They want you to have to be in the military because no one wants to be in the military. They're going to start up the draft again, aren't they? No, they're going to go do it through different means, like I just lined out. They're recruiting children. They want young kids to be in the army. They're recruiting through things like Marvel movies. I mean, they've been doing that for a while. Through COD, etc. Yeah, I covered the Oklahoma education stuff a while ago. It's a video on the YouTube channel if you want to go check it out.
In Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So just, you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the military.
I mean, it's just DEI. It's just calling women DEI.
Especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you've made those.
Yeah. Poor people being swept off the street to fight in Iran, fight in Panama, fight in Greenland, fight literally everywhere and anywhere.
Statements.
Wait until we get into the Arctic.
We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed you would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this. before you came here so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000.
By the way, remember, Trump got rid of trans people in the military last time he was in power, and then Biden brought them back, and Trump's taking them out again. These are people that wanted to join the military. So they're kicking out people who wanted to join the military and trying to draft or force young kids that don't want to be in the military to be in the military. Mexico would fucking mog us, and you don't understand that, right? We have way more tech. We're much more advanced, except Americans are pussies and are not used to dealing with hardship. Do you know how much difficulty the entire country would face over a war with Mexico? Do you know how much shit we import from Mexico? How much food we import from Mexico?
We lost.
The fucking cartels will just come out with their own drones and their own UAVs and their submarines and just annihilate us.
10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement,
especially if this moron is in charge.
Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women. I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean,
she's fucking killing it. But the good point that she made there, they always say this. Don't make this political. Don't bring politics into it. While literally every single word that comes out of their mouth is fucking politics. It's just don't bring your politics into it. They call it Don't Ask, Don't Cartel. Yeah.
Basically saying women after they have children can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this.
Yeah, it's like your genitals are gonna stop you from pulling the trigger. Oh, I'm sorry, you have to have a massively erect penis to be able to fire this gun, and otherwise the gun just won't work. It's what they did, you know, Lockheed Martin invented this new tech that was installed in all of our guns. You can't fire it without a raging erection.
To be a true statement. So
she should be sacked out, yeah.
It was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love.
That 30% should be significantly higher political smack. But like on top of this, right?
That someone having to
social engineering, every accusation from these people is a confession. They literally, every confession is a prediction of what they want to do, and every accusation is a confession of what they actually feel like and what they want. But the trans women's boobs are too big to efficiently snipe, I guess. Right, that makes total sense. Trans people should be incentivized to join the military with lifelong access to HRT and gender-affirming care. I think maybe we should just give free healthcare to everybody. I mean, she can go, like, look, you're saying she can go to hell with the rest of the war hawks when she's telling off the guy who's going to be in charge of the military for being an alcoholic, for lying, for being a bigger war hawk, for hating women, for just being an overall shitty person. And Bugaton, maybe, I don't know, pay attention to who's the greater issue here. Who's, you know, the one doing the bad thing. Not to say that Dems are good. I don't necessarily think most of them are. But she is absolutely the good one in this scenario.
Say, or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ, and then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy, are you saying—
Oh, look, it's the enemy from within thing again. Just get ready, guys, because they're piling on all of the pre-justification that they need to not martial law, but use the National Guard. I mean, they're talking about how leftists are setting the fires in California. They're talking about how leftists are starting a revolution and want to kill all of the business owners. Except that's the right that's doing that. But they get scot-free. We get blamed for it. Hell, they'll get arrested and they'll say he was a leftist. It's the same thing that they did last time, where they would have their groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers going and doing violence, and then they would say it was Antifa. Looters and arsonists. Yeah, literally, the real looters are the insurance companies. The real arsonists are the fossil fuel companies. Make them pay for all of the damage. Make the fossil fuel companies have to deal with the fallout. But no, it's the leftists, it's the left, it's the Democrats, it's the communists. Kicking out leftists from the military sounds like first they came for type of vibe. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it?
50% of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views or are Democrats, are not welcome in the military. Are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama.
Also, somewhere in this hearing, didn't he say the leftist media somehow betrayed the armed forces, a stab in the back type myth? I'm sure he says some bullshit like that. It's not like, first of all, the last war we were in, there was no leftist media. MSNBC isn't leftist. It's barely lib.
Volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian
You are
tattoo.
an extremist! You are! You have a Nazi tattoo! You have a Crusader tattoo. You have several, actually.
Thank you very much.
They never do.
Senator Gillibrand, you held up a document and referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that entered into the record? Okay, yeah, okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a clean copy.
Without objection, that will be admitted at the point of your question. And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from retired Air Force Colonel Melissa Cunningham.
I volunteered to deploy in Iraq under a Democratic president. Bro is saying this like he had a choice of presidents at the time. What? So what he's saying here is that he went to Iraq because he wanted to go to Iraq. Adding the Democratic president in there is just absolute bullshit, because he would have gone to Iraq under a Republican president. He chose not to. He waited until Obama, because most of the worst parts of the war were kind of in the past. He got to sit in his cozy little Fox News desk and make a bunch of money.
Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. Hegseth and mentions his warrior ethos, combat effectiveness, and...
All right, that's enough of you. Let's jump on to some funnier
reports
clips.
peddled by NBC
Do you
News
know that
run directly
drinking on the job
contradictory to
is
the dozens of men and women at
not
Fox News
contemplated?
Channel
And
who I work with
I'm
who
not
came
hearing
on
the
the
answer to my
record.
question.
Wait, that was the one we saw. How about, here we go. Someone brought this up earlier.
Senator, I was in the
2020, then President Trump directed former Secretary of Defense Mark Esper to shoot protesters in the legs in downtown D.C., an order Secretary Esper refused to comply with. Would you carry out such an order from President Trump?
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard unit that was in Lafayette Square during those
Would you
events,
carry
holding
out
a
an
riot
order to
shield on
shoot
behalf of my
protesters
country.
in the legs?
I saw 50
as
Secret
directed
Service agents get injured by
Political
rioters trying to
smack. Thank you, man.
jump over the fence, set
Again,
the church on fire, and destroy
You know
a
what? That
statue.
sounds to me that you will
Chaos.
comply with such an order.
Yeah. That's him saying, I will absolutely shoot protesters with live ammunition if I get the chance.
Our military
here's
carry out an order from President Trump to seize Greenland, a territory of our NATO ally Denmark, by force, or would you comply with an order to take over the Panama Canal?
Senator, I will emphasize that President Trump received 77 million votes to be the lawful
We're
commander-in-chief
not
of
talking
this
about
country.
the election. My question is, would you use our military to take over Greenland or an ally of Denmark?
Senator, one of the things that President Trump is so good at
Look at him, he's smiling. He's smiling. He knows.
is never strategically tipping his hand. And so I would never in this public forum give one way or another direct what orders the president would give me in any context.
That sounds to me that you would contemplate.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. Just made my first post on Red Note, based. I'm going to be doing that after stream. So here's a little bit about more hating women. Bro is already mentally writing his, I was just following orders defense. Literally, I mean, he's had that for decades already.
Current DoD policy allows service members and eligible dependents to be reimbursed for travel associated.
It's the president's decision, not his. He has to comply. Except, you know, he cannot comply if the decision that the president makes is immoral or unethical or unpopular with the American population, the people, then I would expect the people under the president, the people in his cabinet, to not comply or illegal, true, in a rational society, in a serious country. If someone tried to do that, then you would have them say no. Take, for example, last time when Trump wanted them to shoot the Black Lives Matter protesters, and Mark Milley said no. Or go like, seems kind of dumb, boss. Can we ask the advisors? You guys do understand that, like, Trump has very little power, though, right? This is all planned in advance. It's not like a shadowy cabal or anything. It's just it's the billionaire class. They get to decide what happens. You should start using the military to start a proletariat revolution. Well, I mean, he'll do that for the Christians and then kill everyone else.
With non-covered
or at least that's what he'd rather
health care, including abortions. Will you maintain this common sense policy?
I'd rather just not have these
Senator,
people
I've always
in our
been
government.
personally pro-life. I know President Trump has as well, and we will review all.
Trump has been pro-life. That's so funny.
All policies, but our standard is whatever the president wants on this particular issue.
So,
with my advice, I will take a
if
look
the president
at.
tells you that this common sense policy will not be maintained, you will not enable our service members to seek reproductive care. So
which just continues on with, they hate you. Oh yes, the billionaires must know best.
Mr. Hexet, if confirmed, you are no longer on Fox and Friends, Mr. Hexet. If confirmed, your words, actions, and decisions will have real impacts on national security and our service members' lives. There are close to 3 million personnel in the Department of Defense, $900 billion budget. I hardly think you are prepared to do the job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That wasn't a question, Mr. Hexet. Thank you, Senator Rono. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's not qualified. He's not. Here's another one. I'm just keeping the best clips. This was a very long hearing, and it was just brain damaging. To the tune of Mothers Know Best from the Tangled, Billionaires Know Best, let me steal your money, fuck the IRS. Basically.
Talk about raising or lower, that we have a problem of standards in the DoD, and we have to raise standards for the men and women who serve. Do you think that the way to raise the minimum standards of the people who serve us is to lower the standards for the Secretary of Defense? That we have someone who has never managed an organization more than 100 people is going to come in and manage this incredibly important organization and do it with a professionalism and has no experience that.
Ted Harris, I'm saving Ducksworth for last for a reason.
They can tell us that they have actually done that? I have real problems with that. This is not about other issues that are brought up. They're all very important. I'm just about trying to get things done, managing efficiently, and having the best people who have demonstrated that in a large organization. And I'm sorry, but I don't see that in your background. There are a lot of other things you can do very well.
I mean, lib shit, but still. Just a quick little, this is Mark Wayne Mullen having to coach Pete Hegseth at his own hearing on how not to sound horrible.
Mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the only reason why I'm here and not in prison is because my wife loved me too. I have changed, but I'm not perfect.
These men's poor wives, I feel so bad for them.
But I found somebody that thought I was perfect. And for whatever reason, you love Pete, and I don't know why.
Neither do I.
But just like our Lord and Savior forgave me, my wife's had to forgive me more than once too, and I'm sure
I would very much like it to be illegal for elected officials to even say shit like that in the halls of government. Like, you can say that stuff when you're not sitting at your desk with cameras on you. You can say that anytime you're not holding a vote, but in the Senate chamber, no, I don't want that.
you've had to forgive him too. And so thank you. So before I go down this rabbit hole again, tell me something about your wife that you love.
She's the smartest, most capable, loving, humble, honest person I've ever met. In addition to being incredibly beautiful.
Don't forget about your kids.
I'm supposed to talk about my kids?
No.
Literally.
Well, she's also the mother.
Oh, an amazing mother.
Yes.
Of our blended family.
That was so funny. Political smack, yes, you'd have to be stupid at this point to enroll in the U.S. Army or any branch of the military. At this point, give them about a month or two. You're not going to have too much of a chance. Well, some of you. And none of those things. Maybe she should just run it instead. I unironically would rather have his wife in charge than him, but like I still don't think she would do a good job. Let's listen to Senator Warren as well. And then we can get down to Tammy Ducksworth, who has the juiciest section.
But I want to be clear here. For 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from 10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat, period. Or your words, straight up.
And they hate women. Like that, it's that simple.
Then, on November 9th, 2024, just 32 days after your last public comment saying that women absolutely should not be in combat, you declared that, quote, some of our greatest warriors are women, and you support having them serve in combat. Now, that is a very, very big about face in a very, very short period of time. So help me understand, Mr. Hegseth, what
Comrade Lennon needs one.
Extraordinary event happened.
She is.
In
they
that
are slamming him pretty hard.
He's
still going to get confirmed, though. After all of this, I will be shocked if they don't confirm him.
Period that made you change the core values you had expressed for the preceding 12 years.
Senator, again, I very much appreciate you bringing up my comments from 2013 because for me, this issue has always been about standards. And unfortunately, because of some of the people that have been in political power.
Don't feel hopeless. You can't. Honestly, at this point, this is the kind of looking like a best case scenario for the left. I mean, this is going to be real fucking bad, right? This is not going to be a good situation. But these are all morons, and they're going to destroy the country. They're going to fail. At the same time, half of MAGA is discovering what their version of socialism is. They're talking about like decommodification. They're talking about worker cooperatives. So, you know what? At this point, if they keep fucking up, maybe some of them come over to us. And I still stand by my belief that in our lifetime, we will see a violent revolution in the United States, but it won't start from the left. It won't come from the left. It'll be the right who want to do their violent revolution. And our best chances of A, not only surviving, but B, making the world a better place after that is to have our rhetoric, the ideas that we share, normalized, justified, to have people in places of power, in media, saying these things regularly, so that when these idiots come out with their militias and they do their violence, then we look like the rational ones. Now, is that 100%? No, but that is my guess as to what will happen. Hegseth got odds to get confirmed, went from 82 to 88 poly market after this hearing. Again, don't use the poly market. You're just giving money to Peter Thiel, who's another ghoul who owns the country. But yeah, I would be shocked if it wouldn't. Thank you for bringing up my comments from 2013. It's the last time you were in government service, son. Seems like a pertinent window into your world. True. Sundry Clown Car, you are absolutely based. Mago will hate on Elon and voice same concerns. True. We're going to have a look at that actually in a bit.
For the last 4 years, priorities other than standards, lethality, and meritocracy have driven decision making.
I'm quoting you from the podcast. Women shouldn't be in combat at all. Where is the reference to standards?
That was a couple weeks ago, wasn't it?
They should be there if they can carry, if they can run. I don't see that at all, Mr. Hegseth. What I see is that there's a 32-day period in which you suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. And I just want to know, what changed in the 32 days that the song you sang is not the song you come in here?
I wonder what could have changed in 32 days.
Today to sing.
Senator, the concerns I have and the concerns that many have had, especially in ground combat units, is that in pursuit of certain percentages or quotas, standards have been changed. And that makes the combat more difficult
let me make a
for everybody
suggestion.
involved.
This is not true, by the way. There are no, like, we just covered that those quotas that he's talking about are nonsense. They don't exist. Gillibrand called him out on it.
What happened in that 32 days? You got a nomination from President Trump. Now, I've heard of deathbed conversions, but this is the first time I've heard of a nomination conversion. And I hope you understand that many women serving in the military right now might think that if you can convert...
Hey, look, all I'm going to say is every terrorist attack that we've had on United States soil in the last, I don't know, year or two have been predominantly right-wing, ex-military, or active military. So I don't know. I feel like maybe you should pay attention to that. I do know that Pete Hegseth received bomb threats upon his nomination, and those bomb threats were absolutely from the right, because the left doesn't really do that. Like, I mean, it could be. I could be proven wrong. If someone has a citation, great, show me. But most of Trump's picks, when they were all announced at once in the beginning, had bomb threats directed at them. The right was talking about how they're neocons and how they were betrayed. So, I don't know, maybe don't piss off all the women in the military, because bad things might happen. I'm not saying that, like, you know, you should do violence or anything, but I am saying bad things can happen. And, just really to finish it off.
A little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations, and how many?
ASEAN, by the way, is it's an economic group of southeastern nations. Here we go. Basically, it is it's trade, right? Yeah, political and economic union of 10 states in Southeast Asia. I was gonna say it's not a military alliance, but it is kind of. So that's what ASEAN is. Most Americans don't really hear about it very much. It's much more important when you're on this side of the world. But
nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of nations in that, but I know we have allies in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with...
None of those are ASEAN countries. Didn't even do his homework.
Australia, trying to work on submarines with them.
Mr. Hegseth, none of those countries are in
allies
ASEAN.
Across.
None of those 3 countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of...
Did the U.S. deserve 9/11? What are you trying to Hassan me? Yes. It was blowback for actions that we did prior to that. It's not that, like, the people who died didn't deserve to die, but obviously there was going to be a response to what we were doing there for decades prior.
Negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hegseth, this is...
Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant. Political smack. He's an illegal immigrant who came to this country and bought the government. We just sold it to an illegal immigrant. They don't really seem to care all that much about that. But speaking of, right? Not speaking of illegal immigrants, but speaking of Elon and the right. I think maybe we can just jump right in. So we're going to watch Piers Morgan talking about with Tim Pool, and I don't know who the fuck these three other goals are, but I gotta go pee real quick because this shit is painful. I really hate watching Piers.
Mark Zuckerberg.
They should have literally quizzed him on the entire fucking hearing. They kind of did, but they could have done much better. They could have hit him way harder, but nah. But you know what? Before I go pee, I'm gonna give you guys a little gift. Yeah, here we go. Hi. You want to say hi to chat? There's a bunch of new people in here today. This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Mwah. There you go. You want to run stream for me? No? Okay. I'll be back. Sorry. We got a lot to get through, and I didn't want to take off in the middle of it. Salute the flag. Saluted. Okay. Real quick before we get started, I just want to let you guys know tomorrow I will be debating on WIC TV. I'll be debating Quibbles C, and the debate topic is centered around why I think that sex workers should be not only legal, but should be covered by health insurance, whether it's universal health care, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, private health insurance. I think that they should be covered for mental health reasons as well as physical reasons, and that this would reduce rates of violence, of domestic violence, of STDs, of sexual assaults, of depression, loneliness, suicide, and that all of these issues can be positively impacted by a system where we have legalized sex workers as part of the healthcare system. So that'll be tomorrow. Definitely tune in and join the Discord. Now, let's hop on to Piers Morgan.
Blatantly admitted that both Facebook and the FBI interfered in the 2020 election.
You're equating Facebook or Twitter with the government. It is not a public square.
No, I'm not.
Square.
Mark Zuckerberg coming out and saying that now we're going to have more free speech or whatever it is he's trying to say. This is not a pendulum swing. If we were actually going to see a pendulum swing in the other direction, they would keep the fact-checking program, ban the liberal news outlets, and only allow conservative outlets to fact-check posts on Facebook.
We live in yes, because that sounds like fact-checking.
Plutocracy to be accurate. I don't know why on the right you're not angry like I am.
If the U.S. government, through Donald Trump, goes to Greenland and offers the people of Greenland a really great deal that improves their lives, I don't see why that's a problem.
The people of Greenland want to get away from Denmark. They want their own sovereignty. They don't want to be part of America either.
Anybody.
Elon Musk, my friend, is a cancer to democracy.
For what it's worth, I think Elon is a genius. Maybe he does but doesn't care just how powerful his battering ram is when he tweets things like free Tommy Robinson.
Why should Tommy not be free?
I really do hate Piers
Today's
as well.
headlines have been dominated by a media titan with a bold message on free speech and being uncensored. But we begin instead with Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of Meta, has unveiled sweeping reforms to the world's biggest social media business. Or
free speech for them, but not for you.
I would call it a screeching 180.
And we've reached a point where it's just too many mistakes and too much censorship.
The recent elections also feel like a cultural tipping point towards once again prioritizing speech. So we're going to get back to our roots and focus on reducing mistakes, simplifying our policies, and restoring free expression on our platforms.
Well,
now, remember that while they did that, they also removed from their rules that you can call people mentally ill for being gay, for being trans. They've taken away any protections for harassment against queer people, and generally also leftists, as well as adding in systems that will, A, boost right-wing accounts. They are just turning everything into Twitter. Zuckerberg is just another person that's working. It's the billionaire class, Ethoslav. It's the billionaire class, Comrade Lenin. It's not Elon. It's not Zuckerberg. It's not Trump. It's all of them. It's capitalism. They want more money. That's their whole job. They're billionaires. It's not rocket science to figure out that the wealthiest people in the world would like to retain their wealth and their power by making it so that you can't question them and that you can't gain enough wealth and power to overthrow them. It's logic. It's one-to-one. It's just follow the road down the way it goes.
Mission that the re-election of President Trump, a man he once deemed too toxic to even have an account on any of his platforms,
yes, Elon was the
pivotal.
retard in
Now
school.
he's announced a partnership with Trump to push First Amendment rights around the whole world. Zuckerberg took a massive swipe at the, quote, legacy media and the infamous fact checkers. Well, they've gone.
What infamous fact checkers, can I ask, by the way? Because from what I know, everything that's on Facebook has been bullshit for more than a decade now. Like, what fact checking existed on Facebook? Please, somebody tell me.
Hackers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US. So over the next couple of months, we're going to phase in a more comprehensive community notes system.
Well, CNN's Brian Stelter said the quiet part.
Oh, yes, they didn't let COVID misinformation spread. I see. That was it, I guess. And by the way, they still did? They still did.
Loud when he posted, all in line with the desires of President Trump and Trump voters, out with the fact checkers that conservatives deride, in with more permissive rules for posting conservative opinions.
You can literally just harass queer people now and it's not against the rules. You could do it before, but at least then it was against the rules.
You're conservative or not, what exactly is wrong with permitting conservative opinions? The fact is that fact checkers have always been biased, as Zuckerberg now
absolutely,
admits, especially
That's the
when it
whole
comes to
issue.
President Trump.
Americans think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. It's the whole issue. It's you're perceiving something as true. You're perceiving something as fact, but you're not actually thinking about it. I say this all the time, but really every issue that we have right now that's prominent comes down to the fact that most people currently can't feel uncomfortable without having to do something about it. They can't sit there and just feel the discomfort and not act on it. It's input, output. But beyond that, there's a lack of introspection. There's a lack of empathy. There's a lack of critical thought. This guy, Piers Morgan, is a human being, but he's not a person in the way that you and I are people. You and I are people. He's a human being. What's the difference? It's the ability to empathize with other people. It's the ability to care, to have kindness for any human being that isn't directly in your inner circle. That is necessary to be human. You can't create art without something like this. Hence why I don't believe that AI art is art. This guy's a ghoul.
His decision to copy
They're all
Elon Musk's
ghouls.
community notes at a time where Musk is at the heart of the new administration and seemingly the whole of global politics is no accident. I like community notes. I think they're a good thing. Of course, this could all be a cynical ploy.
I only like community notes when they're trashing the people that, they should be trashing.
He's the new masters that is just as easily reversed in 4 years' time. But I don't think it is. I think Trump's election is already reshaping our culture in seismic ways. If he gets his way, it might also be reshaping the global map, planting a US flag in Greenland and beside the Panama Canal.
Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the...
I wish that you could count on Europe. Like, Europe isn't doing good either. And if it was, I would say, fuck it, Europe, come together and fight a war against the Americans, free the people. But no, Europe is also falling.
Canadians to
Germany.
hold a vote? What is the strategy? And then-
I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two.
So, King Musk, MAGA Meta, and a US invasion of Denmark. Quite a lot to unpack with my panel. I'm joined by the host of the Part of the Problem podcast, Dave Smith, host of the Dean Obeidallah Show, Dean Obeidallah, author and host of Pivot, Kara Swisher, and the Timcar CEO, Tim Pool. So, I've got to say...
How is Tim Pool still like a thing, by the way?
Absolutely stellar lineup to kick off
How is he still relevant?
this panel. Kara, I'll be trying to work out just how big your head may have been
Feels
exploding.
a little
in
loaded, Piers. It feels a little loaded. I guess it's just me. But go ahead.
No, you can more than hold your. I could have 10 men up against you, Kara, and I'd back you every time.
True.
But I've been thinking about you because your head must have been exploding, hasn't it, the last week with all that's been going on with some of your favourite people?
No, my head doesn't explode, Piers. No, this is what they're
I'm
like.
going to go ahead and guess that she's the liberal because she's the one that was being instantly picked on.
You know, I don't know if you've read my book or not, but this is what they're like.
I did,
You're not wrong.
This is exactly the way Mark was, always was. And
the thing with Republicans is they'll hear fucking Tim Pool works for Russia, and they've been so trained to like Russia at this point that they're like, oh, that's based.
He's like, I called him as he's kind of a sad weather vane. He just sort of
Yeah,
tips and goes
unfortunately.
along depending on
Most
what's
of
in
the
his
world is.
self-interest. And this is what he is like. He's
Hello,
always
I am
found
from
it
the-
irritating that he has to have responsibility for anything or consequences anywhere in the world, and doesn't consider himself a publisher. And so he'll do whatever it takes at whatever time it takes. So I find him disloyal to almost everyone, including back when he threw Trump off the platform.
You guys remember that like Elon and Trump have not gotten along. Trump fucking hates Elon Musk, and Donald Trump is the type that holds a grudge. The fact that he bent the knee to Elon is testament to how weak he actually is. Starting a war between a fellow NATO country with a peaceful dove. I mean, yeah. The issue being back in 2016, Trump had some power. Now he has none. He's a lame duck. He has less power than Biden did, and Biden also had no power because every decision was also made by his admin staff. He says he was brain dead when he became president, just like Trump is. My granddad knew Republicans supported Russia. He'd go on a rampage. Good, make him.
Don't trust him with anything. And in 4 years' time, he'll switch again if it's in his
that makes sense.
best interests, financial interests, really.
I mean, he wouldn't be the first media titan to go with the power and money wind blows. But on the detail of his statement yesterday, which was pretty extraordinary.
Ich bin dead. I'm willing to bet that that's not going to happen. Because even with the H-1B visa fight, Trump sided with Elon, where his entire base was mad at it. I don't think so. I think Elon is in charge. Right now, we have President Elon. That'll change, but it's just the billionaires are in charge. It's not specifically any one or the other.
Reversal
Well,
of
it was
almost...
also it was a little mendacious on a number of things. By the way, there are a lot of conservative fact checkers in that fact checking situation. And many years ago, he talked about how AI was going to solve this. And now it's Community Notes that's going to solve this.
He does hold a grudge, man. He does. He absolutely does. He just doesn't have a choice. Go back and look at people that Trump's been mad at. If they apologize and they bend the knee, he forgives you. But otherwise, he will stay mad for like 10 years. Donald Trump is the embodiment of a high school mean girl in his like 85,000-year-old body. It's just Regina George in his head.
Multifaceted problem. And the real issue
And he's not empowered.
is the site is built for malevolent players, and sometimes government, sometimes people, to do whatever it want on the system. It's a system that's impossible to fact check. It's a system that has no guardrails on it, and it's a system in which
and then bent the knee. If you bend the knee, he forgives you. If you don't, then he will hold a grudge. We're going to look at Bannon after this because Bannon is going off too.
This is the First Amendment when it suits him. I actually don't think he's read it, even though it's short and first.
Guys, they've talked. Donald Trump has said he would get rid of the Constitution.
Governments shall make no law. Like, it doesn't say Facebook shall make no law. He makes rules and then he breaks them. And he says, with Alex Jones, he did that with all kinds of things. And then he reverses himself. Holocaust deniers was a good example. He told me in an interview, and we got, I was like, well, he said Holocaust deniers don't mean to lie. And I said, well, that's kind of the definition of a Holocaust denier. But and then 2 years later, reversed it.
Elon
and then
retweets literal Nazis every day.
No,
Every
he's
day.
gonna, now he seems to have reversed it again. And so I don't think he has any particular principles or values that are lasting. He can do whatever he wants because he's king of that.
Well, yeah, to a point, I guess he can. Dave Smith, what did you make of the...
He's king of that site. Piers, he can't be fired ever. His children can't be fired. Let me just be clear. He has total control of that site.
Oh,
But you're talking to the wrong accent when it comes to kings. We like our kings. We like kings.
The hogs are so back up until they run into a wall face first.
They're king. I'd rather have Prince Charles running that thing.
We believe in maniacal power. So,
yes.
Dave Smith, I mean, I found it jaw-dropping, to be honest, notwithstanding a lot of what Cara just said. That she wasn't.
Thank you,
remotely
Sundry.
surprised.
That kind of tracks. I was like, she's definitely a Dem. She's doing good here, but she sounds like a weak liberal, which partially is because woman, you have to try a bit like you have to be a bit more energetic to even be heard when you're up against, I don't know, a panel of 4 other dudes, and she's being correct. She's factual, she's calm, she's collected, but none of them are listening, unfortunately.
By the wind blowing. But
half
to
of you
actually
probably
see
aren't
him,
either.
Trot down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the Trump ring, as it was put, and to then do really what turned out to be...
We're going to skip this just a little bit forward, because...
Crucial point in American history.
I'm getting bored.
Americans of their voice in a very important, crucial point in American history.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was a New York Post columnist at the time that all went down with their exclusive on Hunter Biden's laptop, which turned out to be a completely genuine story, and certainly wasn't Russian disinformation. And the way that all played out was quite...
one more time?
Exclusive on Hunter Biden's laptop, which turned out to be a completely genuine story.
You guys understand that everything the Republicans said about Hunter Biden is just, take Matt Gaetz, he's that times 1,000. Everything they were mad about Hunter Biden for, Matt Gaetz did significantly more of and significantly worse. Piers has people to screw with the microphones of Libd or Demo guests. I wouldn't be surprised.
Story, and certainly wasn't Russian disinformation. And the way that all played out
for some
was
reason
quite extraordinary and pretty terrifying to see that the New York Post...
Well, although, guys, come on. Look, tech companies make mistakes the way publishing companies make
But that wasn't a
mistakes.
mistake, Cara, was it?
I mean,
it wasn't a...
Well, no,
they
let me
actually...
just, let me push
hang
back.
on. Hang on, my point. They actually banned the New York Post...
Why are we talking about Hunter Biden? I don't give a shit about Hunter Biden. Here. Have billionaires bought access to Donald Trump? Tommy Robinson with Elon Musk. Where's the Greenland bit? Literally all the way at the end? Christ.
Apparently, from what I've read.
God damn, I hate Piers Morgan.
And they're able to access and get what they want, which is no ability to have privacy laws to protect consumers, no ability to have new antitrust laws, for example, that are critical to creating innovation so both conservatives and liberals can create new media companies.
They don't want new media companies.
Us because there's
Truth Plus comes out next year. Trump State Media, that's what's coming out. That wasn't a mistake. Was it Cara? Is Cara a fucking publisher company, Piers? Do you know something we don't? Apparently, always. Piers always acts as if he knows something that everyone else doesn't, just makes it. It's the entire rights method. Make a claim and then force your opponent to have to back it up, even if you sound retarded making the claim.
Oh, there's so many laws that aren't passed. And there is, let me just say, there's one industry in this country, in a capitalist society, that has, everyone else has to have some regulation, some of it good, some of it bad, but every other one has to have it, except for the tech industry. There's exactly 0 laws on the books about them. And the law that exists protects them from immunity. Can you imagine? I'd like that. I'm sure Piers would like it. Rupert Murdoch would love it.
But you opened this by saying I was being naive, and then just totally sidestepped my point.
I think you're naive.
Other things, some of which
of
I don't
course he
disagree
is.
with.
Of course he is.
Foreign governments see this and think candy fucking stores.
Because she's a liberal. They say she just apologized for cursing. That's why she's a liberal.
candy store and look at our country that way.
Offensive
Again,
is what we need.
Again, that still has.
My
How is that
favorite
naive?
word,
I didn't argue, but I'm still missing the naivete. I didn't argue with that.
Is that we are in an information war with these countries, and if we don't understand
He's
that
right.
we have to have some a bit, given that the U.S. Companies are at the center of it. We have to have some way for our government and these companies to talk to protect U.S. interests, at least in the
Yes, but you're dodging my point.
Which
you're
is?
dodging my point, which is that the American people
I'm sorry,
are
I got
also
lost
in
in
an
ivermectin, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure.
I'm teasing you.
Okay. All right, fine. Well, my point is that American people are also in an information war with our own government. And that
no shit. It's your side that's doing it, though. Again, every accusation is a confession.
actually been the most dangerous enemy in this information war over the last 25 years. And so
the most dangerous are powerful private interests that are interested
Guys, really, really fucking quickly, just understand that this is not a new thing. This is just how it goes. Hold on. Where are you? Where are you? God damn it. One of the main tactics that these people have is to constantly put forward the exact issue that you want to bring up and frame it against you, and do so over and over and over again until it means nothing, until it doesn't sound real, until you sound like a conspiracy theorist for saying it. But they will continue to say it because they started it. They went on the offensive. This is why I keep talking about we need to adopt some of the strategies that the right wing is using. That's why I'm making the old 7-year-old alt-right playbook videos with commentary on them, because we need to learn from these strategies. Now, is it good? Do I want politics to work like this? Fuck no, of course not. It's stupid, it's shitty, but it's how it is. And if we want our message to get across, if you want anyone to hear you, if you are Carrie over here, you have to pass through the woke filter that the rest of these assholes built in everyone's minds. They manufactured a little. It's a membrane that your messaging has to pass through. And if you sound too much like a liberal, it just bounces right off and nobody hears you. Thank you, Political Smack.
in their own self-interest. The government is not it's like when the Hollywood people are fighting with each other with the Hollywood companies. You know who their enemy actually is? Apple and Amazon and Netflix, and they're fighting with Disney. That what's happening is these companies occupying every single part of our world and quashing innovation that's necessary so that many more voices can be heard.
But to take it back a second,
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, let Dean jump in there. Dean?
One quick thing here, Piers, and to me, banning speech is not good. To answer the speech you don't like is more speech, right? You counter it. Unless it's really inciting violence, I'm a lawyer, so at that point where it really is call for violence, that's criminal. But we need in America
not to be anti-free speech, because I'm not anti-free speech. I'm very much pro-free speech. But there are absolutely instances where it needs to be limited. There are instances that would surprise you. Like, for example, if you take, we're going to get a little bit off topic here, but if you go back to, let's say, the Rwandan genocide. Victims of the Rwanda genocide were the Tutsi ethnic group murdered in a wave of violence unleashed by the assassination of a Rwandan president by Hutu extremists. Another Rwandan ethnic group, the genocide left somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million people, mostly Tutsis, but also moderate Hutus, dead. Now, what does this have to do with any of what we're talking about? Well, I kind of keep going, blah, 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 blah. In the middle of the Trump administration, the conversation naturally turned to Trump. She was talking to a friend. Here we go. Now you might be thinking, Rachel, oh, come on. Goddamn. Why is Twitter so shit in like every possible way? Now you might be thinking, how are you really going to ruin this beautiful evening under the southern stars to ask this poor woman about a painful genocide? The answer is yes, of course I am. And now that you're probably thinking, how does the summer conversation with strangers under the stars naturally turn into genocide because of Donald Trump? Now, how does that happen? Well, while talking about this, she goes on to explain that post the genocide it is illegal to insult the Rwandan president. Why is this? So committed to free speech absolutism was I back then that when I taught my course on American civil rights and civil liberties, I always made the point of showing students how throughout history Americans fought for free speech and for groups that they despise. This was the belief that this person held prior to this conversation. But what was said here, she talked about growing up in the post-genocide Rwandan country that made it illegal to criticize political leaders or really engage in much critical political speech. Not saying that that's good, by the way, but she explained how lies and misinformation by Hutu extremists radicalized them to the point where thousands of them hunted down and brutally murdered their neighbors, largely by hand. There were radio channels that were constantly broadcasting misinformation regarding the Tutsis. The genocide in Rwanda actually was pushed forward by this misinformation, much in the same way that our current politics is pushed forward by constant streams of misinformation. Because it's not just misinformation. What it is it's a system that creates fear in you. Anger, fear, disgust, insecurity. These are emotions that are easy to manipulate. And these are the emotions that most people predominantly actually feel. Every other emotion is more complex. It requires more happening in your brain. But these are easy. And that's why they push for them. Fear over immigrants, insecurity over your masculinity, anger over the loss of your hypothetical jobs. They use these to motivate you to violence. Rwanda went all in on the USA CIA, yeah.
In critical thinking skills, so Americans on their own don't believe something just because they like it. And I say that on the left, as someone on the left, my friends forward me something, I go, there are no links to any sources here.
Yeah,
they're like,
you.
oh, it's great, though. I get it, but there's nothing backing it up. And you're being misled. And some on the right the same way. We get misled because we like what we're being told.
He's perfectly correct here. And on top of this, remember the two people that got lit on fire in the New York subway? The two homeless people, the woman on the train and the man that was sitting in the terminal? Do you know what immediately preceded that? It was Elon Musk posting a graphic of crime rates going up in New York City and all over the country with no sources, no links, nothing. Just numbers on a graphic with no indication of where they come from, how old these are, what they mean, nothing. Just made that shit up. That spread all over the place. Following day, someone on a train in New York got lit on fire. You know why? Because they make you associate crime with poor people, with poverty, with homelessness. They love to whine about the homelessness. Go look at Anna Kasparian. I wonder what's going to happen when all of the working class people whose houses just burned down in California become homeless. Oh, the same thing that happens to literally everyone else. Tyler Oliveira, shit from the richest incel in the world, basically.
Told if you have critical thinking skills to go, I like this, but let me go Google it. Let me go search on any other platform. Let me fact check it on my own with some reliable sources.
It was elected journalism, Jesus Christ.
Doesn't get gravitas. It doesn't resonate. We go like, we know it's BS.
Dean,
that's my...
Hey, political smack, just because now that I know that you're in New York City, can you do me a favor and just eat a bagel for me today? Because fuck, I miss those.
And Carol,
These
you don't look,
technologies
Carol,
are different.
today maybe no,
This
but I
is
think honestly,
different.
if people are taught the skills to question, then it makes it, buffers it, it makes it.
I agree, by the way, and we're not taught the skills to question.
Are addictive. These tools are addictive. They're necessary. And they're ubiquitous. And they're also, they flood the zone with so much information that it's impossible for the human brain to take it in a lot of ways. And so
they are both correct here. He's correct on we need more critical analysis, critical thinking skills, logic, rationale. You need some ability to just think, which most people I'd be willing to bet that at least half of America doesn't think internally. Half of them can't read. We know that 65% of the United States can't read above a 6th grade level, not functionally. They can read the words, but they can't conceptualize it. But yes, she's also correct in that these systems are purposefully made addicting. You swipe on your phone in the direction that you do because some psychologist figured out that your brain sees that the same as pulling the lever on a slot machine. You're playing the pokies. You're getting addicted the same way you are gambling.
It's so super.
I don't believe it's impossible for the human brain to take things in. I think if you teach people, if people want to learn,
you can take things in if they're not tricking you at the same time.
To learn, if they want to question, if they're like, no, I love it, I get this, whatever it is, Truth Social or a liberal posting, and that's it, that's life. You can't reach them. My question, look, I don't want to agree with MAGA. I don't think we should all agree in America. I think we should debate in good faith and passionately and argue with each other. That's the beautiful thing. But we shouldn't be misled.
What are you,
And
like
people
10 years ago?
There are bad actors at the top who are misleading good Americans.
Okay,
And
let me bring in.
And one of my biggest anger with Trump is on that.
Let me segue just slightly with Tim. Just
I mean, it's the middle of the night. Get one for me tomorrow.
Elon Musk specifically, because over here in the UK, he's been basically taking on the country in spectacular fashion.
Speaking of, let's just point out the obvious here that Elon Musk attacking the UK and Germany on top of owning the United States. I wonder if those are the 3 countries that are funding Ukraine the most. They are, by the way.
For our Prime Minister to be in prison, calling for the King to dissolve Parliament, which he can't actually do, backing this thug who's in prison called Tommy Robinson as some kind of Nelson Mandela figure, and so on. Now, look, I, for what it's worth, I think Elon is a genius, albeit like all geniuses.
Okay, so good to know that you really are that much of a retard.
He's flawed, and one of his flaws is he's got this tremendously powerful tool now, which is his 200 million followers on his own platform. And whilst I like the fact he's let everyone come back on to X, I think that's...
The people that he let come back on were the people that got banned for, I don't know, Nazism, racism, abuse, harassment, doxing.
Definitely balance things up. And I think he is genuine about his desire to want free speech to return. I am concerned that he...
Is he genuine about that? Because, let's see, do I have the picture of me getting banned for saying the word cisgender? No, I don't, but... Go on Twitter right now. Go on Twitter and just type the word cisgender and make a post. See what happens if you have free speech.
Doesn't quite understand, or maybe he doesn't care, just how powerful his battering ram is when he tweets things like free Tommy Robinson, who is, to most people in my country, an extremely insidious individual.
Tommy Robinson is a piece of shit.
Who should absolutely not be freed right now.
The one thing I can agree with Piers on, Tommy Robinson is a piece of shit.
Why should Tommy not be free?
Well, because he's not the Nelson Mandela freedom fighter that most people in America seem to think he is. He's a convicted football hooligan who beat up a policeman and got convicted of that. He was convicted of passport fraud. He's
Islamophobic. He's basically a Nazi. He's very far right. He, you know what? Maybe I'll give Piers a chance because he doesn't like him. Maybe he'll actually say some of the things.
Trying to get into America, convicted of mortgage fraud, convicted of 2 contempts of court where he nearly wrecked trials involving the rape gang suspects when they were on trial, nearly literally avoiding justice for the girls in those cases. He's now in prison, nothing to do with the rape gang scandal, but entirely to do with his defamatory conduct towards a 15-year-old Syrian refugee boy, who he first of all defamed, trying to make him the villain of a video where he'd been
I literally
bullied.
never thought I would give Piers Morgan props, but yeah, no, he actually listed every one of the major crimes. He didn't mention the Islamophobia, but yeah, Tommy Robinson is a piece of shit.
This ended
Also,
up with the
welcome
Syrian
Raiders.
refugee boy suing him, winning £100,000 in damages and nearly £1 million in costs, and the judge telling Robinson, do not repeat these lies. And then he repeats all the lies in a movie that he produces as a so-called journalist, and he goes to prison for contempt of court, which he knows he's committing. So on every level, you can agree with his message about the rape gang scandal, where he's been right, like a lot of people, but you can also think he's about the most despicable.
Which one of these panelists is Destiny?
Messenger
Tim,
imaginable.
This one. That's Destiny.
we don't believe
Mrs.
you.
Lincoln, how is the play?
This is the challenge.
Right.
We don't believe you because for decades...
You don't believe me? What have I said that's wrong?
They're
was wrong?
facts.
Let me
They're
explain
facts,
why. Let me
Piers.
explain
It's a
why.
Hang on, Tim, just to be clear, which part of my rant is untrue?
Please.
So let me explain, not that I said you were wrong, but why we don't believe you. Because how long has it been going on in the UK? These
Well, I mean, really, Piers is actually right again here. Second time. They're facts. I don't care if you don't believe me. Facts don't care about your feelings. What the fuck is happening? Why am I agreeing with Piers Morgan?
These grooming gangs were being covered up. As the Telegraph reported, it was covered up to present the image of successful
The grooming gangs were 90% white, not immigrants.
culturalism, where fathers were being threatened with arrest. Then you come to me and you say all these things about Tommy Robinson. And I tell you this, maybe you're right. I have no idea. I'm not from the UK. I'm seeing this story that's been bubbling up for some time now about how your country allowed little girls to have their bodies to be, I can't even describe the things that came out in those transcripts.
It's despicable,
because
yeah.
even though we're uncensored. No, despicable is
There you go. And yes, Discord, please join. Also, mods, if any one of you is on, could you make sure to give everyone a roll sign when they join? Yeah, these guys were white men. The entire issue here being Tommy Robinson claimed that they were immigrants, assaulted people, and defamed people, saying that that was the case. And then a further study showed that this is not true.
understatement. It was torturous
I
atrocities
agree with
covered by government. That so when I
Whose
see Elon
outrage is
say
genuine? Tim's never genuine in his life.
something like this country is the government of this covering this up, the police covering this up.
He's right.
I'm sorry. And right. So when I see Tommy Robinson in the United States, and again, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying we don't believe that the attacks against Tommy are all entirely based on he's a bad guy who did bad things. You may be right. I don't know. I'm not from your country. What I see is your country covered this up. The things that were done to these little girls.
They didn't cover it up. It's in the news. How am I genuinely confused? How about genuinely confused 24/7? That's true too.
Say it. They put a pump in the anus of a 12-year-old girl to expand it so multiple men could rape her, and your country covered.
Hey Tim, how do you feel about the Palestinians in Sidi Timan who were having that kind of treatment done to them by the IDF? Just out of curiosity, unrelated to the subject, but
that up and then told me Tommy was the bad guy. And so I'm just like, look, man, I don't know. But when I heard that, I said the U.S. should be sanctioning the UK or doing whatever they can to remove all of those from power. I think they deserve prison for covering this up. The police officers,
I think if just a reminder, Ukraine is the greatest enemy. Like that's who we're listening to, the fucking Russian agent.
Don't mind me saying, I think you're conflating two things, and that's my point.
Of course he is.
I totally agree with everything you've just said, but I also believe that there is a completely weird misunderstanding of who Tommy Robinson is and what he represents in America, because he's managed to position himself.
I don't give a fuck about Tommy Robinson. Can we get to Greenland, which was the whole fucking point of this? I really don't care about them arguing over some guy who's already in prison. The entire reason that Elon Musk is focused on the UK and Germany are because those are the other two countries that fund Ukraine's defense. That's it. That's the only reason. Because we're going to back down. And if we back down and the UK and Germany stay as they are, then they will continue to fund Ukraine. That's the only issue. Tommy is a fucking Nazi, yeah.
In Greenland and the Panama Canal.
Seizing. I don't understand why there's this presumably fake outrage over Donald Trump trying to trade negotiate control of certain regions. I think
he literally said he would use military action.
Is bad.
Like we watched it 10 minutes ago.
Territorial gains should be handled through beneficial trade between all parties. If the U.S. government, through Donald Trump, goes to Greenland and offers the people of Greenland a really great deal that improves their lives, I don't see why that's a problem for anybody.
The people in Greenland want independence from Denmark. They don't want to be part of us either.
The Panama Canal, I mean, we built it. There's a question about what it's being used for. It's falling into disrepair. I don't like the idea of military force. That's insane. But if Trump goes there and says, look, we're going to offer you X amount of dollars in investment, we're going to grow the region, it's going to...
Trump is mad about the Panama Canal for the dumbest fucking reasons, too. They're mad that the entire issue of the Panama Canal comes up specifically because it costs more to cross the canal now than it used to. The reason for that is climate change. It is because we need more water to fill the canal. We need workers that are fixing parts of it that are breaking. It costs more money to run. That's all it is. You're paying for the upkeep. By the way, we didn't just build it. France built some of it. We finished it, sure, but it was never ours, by the way. We never owned the Panama Canal as the United States at any point in time.
Going to be good for you, good for me. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, Dean,
Yes,
I mean, is there any... I mean,
he made the distinction with Canada. That's a good point.
I think the problem was Trump didn't rule out military force, which was,
Yeah.
I think, an overreach to put it mildly. But
A
in
NATO
terms
ally.
of, I didn't know much about Greenland and the Panama Canal's history. When you actually look into it, I saw
the Panama Canal.
John Fetterman talking about it. He seems to be a voice of common sense amid all the partisan shrieking these days. But actually, when you look at it, there's a
Jordan Peterson is a fucking beacon of sense. Kill me now, please. Just ice pick in my eye.
Why America might want to take territorially Greenland if they were up for it, and the Panama Canal.
That too. So
First of all, with Greenland, if Trump was looking
Hang on,
at
Cara, I will come to you.
If Trump was looking for an island to take, I would recommend Aruba. I go there every year.
I would recommend we not annex other places, huh? How about that? Can we just... Jordan Peterson is brain dead. That's what happens when you go to Russia, get put in a medically induced coma because you're too weak to get off your drugs yourself. As, you know, most drug addicts have to do. They have to get clean themselves. But no, he just goes and gets a medically induced coma, which gives him brain damage. He's dumber now than he ever was, and he was always dumb anyway.
Reform. It's nice. I want to go through customs. I hate to make it selfish. So that would be start with Aruba, and we'll go from there. Look, with Greenland,
fucking colonists.
Let's remind Americans, we bought Alaska from Russia in the 1800s.
Yeah,
right?
we bought that. We bought that. CNN reported this as if it was rivaling the Louisiana Exchange. Motherfucker, we're talking about annexing places, not buying them.
If we made a deal with the people of Greenland, because they have the right to choose their way, and they wanted to join America and become a state, and we can work a deal with Denmark, I have an idea, Piers, that can actually work. You make Greenland a state, Puerto Rico, and D.C. a state, all three at the same time. That's a deal. You'll get Democrats on board. We expand the Senate, 2 Democratic senators from each state.
They're never going to agree to anything like this.
I love this idea. Wrap it up. Piers, I think I solved it all.
I still like Canada's idea. California, Oregon, and Washington should put up a referendum whether they want to be part of Canada.
Yeah.
Dave,
Interestingly, Greenland was for Kamala Harris 83 to 13% or something like that. Some number.
But Cara, did you even? Cara, hang on, Cara. Cara, did you? Cara, be honest. Did you know, Cara, that
manifest
Denmark
destinies
owned
everywhere?
Greenland? Because I didn't.
I did not know that. I actually, but here's the thing.
1 second, I didn't hear that.
Cara, hang on, Cara. Cara, did you? Cara, be honest. Did you know, Cara, that Denmark owned Greenland? Because I didn't.
I did.
I did not know that. I actually, but
I'm sorry, but Piers, you have your own show on like a proper network. How the fuck do you not know that?
They're looking for rare earth minerals there. That is,
and oil.
Military installations. That's what's happening. Again, I always go to.
It's military installations. It's oil. It's trade paths that are opening up in the Arctic as the ice melts. That cuts the time to go from one place to another significantly, especially from Europe to like the United States. Rubies in Greenland too. I didn't know they had rubies, but like, yes, it's resource extraction, it's oil, it's trade shipping lanes, and it's military installations. That's why we want it.
Business. I'm like,
and
what's
same
the
with
actual business?
Iceland, by the way.
There are rare earth minerals there that are necessary. As usual, Trump, who likes it feels like a game of Risk for Dummies. Like, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. It's fine to do those deals, Tim. If they want to negotiate them, people should have their own self-interest in mind and stuff like that. But he just likes to throw in these dumb, I could take it militarily if I wanted to.
They're always joking
it's
until they're not
inane to do that.
joking.
If you want to do a good deal, you don't send your son to take photos with your little jackets with your names on them in green. It's such a circus. And the only thing that is the circus about it is, you have a state like California.
Our entire government is a circus. We're not a serious country. We haven't been a serious country in years. If we remember old America, remember like, I don't know, 5 years ago even, how much more serious the government was. I think a lot of people forget how discourse worked back in the day. From the moment that Donald Trump said the words fake news for the first time, everything changed. Everything changed. Fuck, remember Clinton, remember Obama. We still had somewhat of like a serious, rational government. Of course, we had the 2008 financial crash. Obama was a piece of shit as well, but it didn't, we weren't a joke to the rest of the world. We used to like coup other countries. I still think that if we actually wanted to, we could just send 7 guys named Dave into Russia and they could take out the Kremlin in an hour. Just like 7 CIA guys, just go take out the Kremlin. They could do it. We could have ended the genocide like this, sent 3 guys into Israel. Suddenly, next morning, Benjamin Netanyahu fell down the stairs. Sorry, here's a new guy, and he is much more in favor of whatever the fuck we want. Israel used to be our unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East. They are on their own now. They get to do their own shit. They're getting greater Israel. These people have carved up the world. America wants all of North America. Israel wants half the Middle East. Russia wants half of Europe. China wants half of Asia. India wants the other half. They're carving up the world. Now, are they smart enough? Are they capable enough? Are they competent enough to actually do this? No, probably not. But they're going to try. Some of it's going to get done. And a lot of people are going to suffer in the process.
Burning, like having very significant wildfires.
Hey, Cosmopolitics, good to see ya.
So stupid. Just say we want the rare earth minerals and we want a military base for our subs because we want to counter the Russians. Today. And over in Panama, we need that. It's a critical thing, and we need it in good shape. Just say it instead of.
Well, he has to be fair. To be fair,
pre-breakfast banana. This is actually his 3rd term, so he's never stopped being president.
He did phrase it collectively as
he was just serving in the Orange House instead of the White House for his last term.
Well, yeah, but he did. I think that was the misstep. But he did say that this was all for America's security. He said it would be improved by having both. And there is an argument.
There isn't. This does nothing to improve America's security. This only reduces our security by fucking with NATO, our security alliance. He wants to annex the land of an ally, of a military ally.
Indisputably, that he's
they're
right.
Absolutely fine, but at the same time, misstep is a nice way of saying, like, why do that? Why create? Why not be very straight? I think politics in the future should be straightforward with the people. We want to do this and put it out as good ideas versus to create everything.
Have you seen Trump? Remember when it used to be illegal for politicians to lie? Because it did. It used to be illegal. When you were an elected official, a politician, you were not allowed to lie openly, willingly, and knowingly in the past. You are now. I really fucking want just to bring that back. Just make it so that they can't openly, knowingly, willingly lie. And I want to be partner Political Smack. I'm trying. You guys are helping with the views above 70. That's really helping. But understand, right? They have changed the system dramatically. It used to be illegal to bribe politicians. We made it legal with Dick Cheney and Citizens United. It used to be illegal for them to lie. I want to make it illegal not only for politicians to knowingly, willingly, openly lie, intentionally lie, as well as media officials, including people on TV, including online influencers. If you are lying, you should have to go to a court of law and prove that. You should have to go and prove without a reasonable doubt that this person is knowingly lying for it to be a crime. I'm not saying censor the speech of everybody. I'm saying make it so people have to go to court and a jury has to decide.
I think, you know what, I want to bring Dave Smith in. I want to bring Dave in. The truth is that Trump, it's a bit like his 60% tariffs for China. Nobody actually expects him to level 60% tariffs. He's taking a battering ram to get what he really wants.
It's always a joke until it's not.
He's just letting it breathe for a bit. America may invade the place. Of course he's not going to invade Greenland, but he wants people to be a little bit twitchy. So when he comes with a nice little deal, they're like, you know what, I prefer that to an invasion.
Someone clipped of course he's not going to invade Greenland so we can use it in 6 months.
As coarse as it is, I suspect it's just Trump being Trump the negotiator.
Well, I think that's right. I think this is Donald Trump's art of the deal philosophy that, like, why would I ever take coercion off the table if I have that in my back pocket? Why would I start the negotiation by taking away my strongest overt play? The other thing is that, look,
and media officials, I want them too, peers, even people like me. Like, lying doesn't have to be illegal. It's knowingly, intentionally lying.
We've lived through this once before, right? Donald Trump was president for 4 years. Donald Trump says wild things that drive the news story, and then everybody's talking about the latest thing we have to say. And it's part of this, whether intentional or unintentional.
They're pro-imperialism.
It was a little.
Sorry, I have a gamer mouse with like 15 buttons on the side and I accidentally hit one. Whoopsie. We were right around here.
I think America has many very, very serious problems, and coming off of 20 years of disastrous terror wars and now the proxy wars in Ukraine and in Gaza, I think the last thing America needs to do right now is say, hey, what else can we take on? So look, America is the global empire. We're the most powerful government in the history of the world. We don't need to seize the Panama Canal in order to make sure that we can do business there. There's lots of...
This is such a stupid topic. Kadiris, if you're a large content creator, you should have to release your finances. There's zero chances Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens aren't getting paid by foreign governments. Like, absolutely. The Justin Trudeau literally said that his government has found that Tucker Carlson and Jordan Peterson are being paid by RT. So Fox News in the last 3 decades taking fear and Fox News literally lost a lawsuit for lying about the Dominion voting machines. They had to pay nearly $1 billion. Tucker Carlson lost his job, and every single executive knew that they were lying. All of them. Could you imagine how congested the courts would be with knowing political liars? Would be awesome. Yes. And it would stop after the congestion. 1920s imperialism is the selling point. I mean, yeah. But you can see that it's not just positive views towards them because, excuse me, pardon me, half of the right is not happy about this. Steve Bannon saying, I will do anything to keep Elon Musk out of the White House. Now, again, also a horrible person and like a known Nazi. He's he's the guy that normalized Nazism in the United States in our generation. I will have Elon Musk run out of here by Inauguration Day, Bannon told the Italian Daily. Well, you got 4 days left for that, Bannon, so give it a go. He will not have a blue pass to the White House. He will not have full access to the White House. He will be like any other person. He is truly an evil guy, a very bad guy. I made it a personal thing to take this guy down, Bannon added. Before he put money in, I was prepared to tolerate it. I am not prepared to tolerate it anymore. The one thing that I can agree with this demon on.
In order to...
And just understand, what Republicans actually want is this.
To stop the communist agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Right.
Karl Marx, no one knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature.
Right.
Yeah. So in order to get rid of communism, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Yeah.
Get rid of big pharma.
Right.
Removing RT from the USA is like the same as removing Al Jazeera from Israel and West Bank. Not true. Al Jazeera isn't state media. Al Jazeera, like English and Al Jazeera Arabic, are owned by like Qatari investors, aren't they? Are they owned by the Qatari state? No, never mind. You're right. It is owned by the Qatari government. Okay, well, fair enough. I still think we should ban RT.
What else? Big tech.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like these landlords that are coming in and buying hundreds of properties. You don't even know what corporation.
Like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
Zillow.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up.
This
and
news
they're
is
ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, this guy's wearing a Trump shirt. Yep. Seize the means of production. Take out the big banks. Take out the pharmaceutical companies.
I support unions so much.
Well, it's funny. I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had earlier, for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump, non-union. They let the owners of the company sold a third of the company to the employees. So the employees have ownership of it.
Collective ownership. That's what they're talking about.
Better.
Well, they're collectivizing.
Right.
It's cooperative.
It's an ESOP.
Yeah, the workers own the means of production.
Their families work there. Their dad, the sons work there. And that's typically where America started. A lot of families did that.
Make America great by collectivizing ownership of the means of production. So, on a slightly different note, we just watched a lot of the misinformation. We understand where the rhetoric is, but what are some of the outcomes from this? Well, a big issue that we're having in the United States is extremism. It's extremism specifically from the right, but also from military veterans, from just generally people who are somewhat close to the middle class, maybe lower middle class, people who would least benefit from the extremism are becoming extremists. And this ties into part of what's the debate topic for tomorrow, which is loneliness. Loneliness produces this. But another part of it is that constant stream of misinformation from the moment that you wake up to the moment that you go to bed, being inundated with lies, with fear-mongering, with imagery, with sounds of just everything is horrible and you're going to die. And that's not true. That's the world that these people live in, and that produces extremist outcomes. Now, we're going to see some of that in a second, but before we do, I would like to just have a tiny little breather, just to bring some, I don't know, joy back into this. I just like the idea of cats being allowed everywhere. This is on a Turkish news channel. Cat just kind of flops out, shows up, having a great time. Wholesome content, as they would say. Because a lot of that was pretty shit, so I feel like giving you guys a second to breathe before we go on to more shit is the way to go. It's just, you know, wholesome. Pretty cool. Good way to eat a carrot. You got a cat? Good for you. I've been good. I hope you've been well too. So, yeah, it is good for the brain. It's nice to just have a second to breathe. Because now we're going to talk about a January 6er who, well, a son of a January 6er who doesn't want his dad to be pardoned by Trump, to be released from prison. Donald Trump, if you haven't heard, is planning to release hundreds, maybe even thousands, at least 1,000 criminals, convicted criminals from prisons, and put them into your communities. He's sending the violent criminals that attacked our Capitol, he's flooding them out of the prisons and into your communities. And what does this son of one say about it? Well, let's see.
Trump pardons your dad. What's your biggest fear?
You know, just getting shot in the street. I don't know.
By your father?
By my father, by someone he knows. There's a bunch of people that I don't know, and I don't know their intent. So
look, you can say, you hear the right say a lot about people over dramatizing January 6th, which is A, fucking ridiculous. January 6th was really bad. But secondly, when you make these claims of, oh, well, like, I'm afraid of the right-wing militias, they tend to laugh at you. This is the son of a guy who's in prison for attacking the Capitol. I feel like maybe he has some idea about how his dad and his dad's friends would behave. Vance has been getting killed on X for saying maybe we shouldn't pardon the violent protesters. Yeah.
You want to help me lift this?
Sure. This is Jackson Reffitt. Do you want me to take this end here, or how do we do this?
Yes, please.
He's moving out of his home here in Texas, he says, for his own safety.
Bought a gun because I got so paranoid, and moving out because I'm scared.
I've said before, you should go learn how to use a gun. If you can safely buy a gun, buy a gun. If you need community, join the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. They're better than the NRA. They do community outreach. They do disaster relief. Be a part of a community. That would be my best advice to this boy, by the way, would be talk to your neighbors and make friends, make a community. Because let's say the worst possible outcome happens. Let's say, hypothetically, which I don't believe will happen, the Fourth Reich rises. What will be the thing that gets you to survive? What is most likely to get you through that? It's community. It's knowing people. It's to be able to be Anne Frank.
Gun?
Yeah, I've been shooting it.
Do you have it on you right now?
Yeah, I have to wear it around the house kind of often just to get used to how it feels.
Okay.
It's better to have one than not.
Jackson's dad is Guy Reffitt, who is a member of the Texas 3%er militia.
And I just kept going, go forward! Go forward! I couldn't even see, bro.
He's serving a more than 7-year sentence for his role in the January 6th Capitol attack. Reffitt was convicted of 5 felonies, including carrying a firearm on Capitol grounds. So you reported your dad to the FBI.
Yes.
And that's why you would shoot him pre-breakfast banana.
That's what got him arrested, basically.
More or less.
I know I'm a bit late on this one, so
that had on your family?
if you guys are bored, I can move on to the next one, but...
Was there a moment where you thought, I know my dad's done all this stuff, but I don't want to report him?
Yeah. I still feel horrible. of course. Like, I can't get over it, but I don't regret it.
When was the last time you spoke to your dad?
5 months ago. It was the first time I talked
can't
to him.
imagine what it would, I can't imagine what it would feel like to have sent my own father to prison, even if he deserves it. Like, this, first of all, based as fuck, good for you, kid, that you, what he did, essentially, is sacrifice his own well-being, possibly his financial security, his family's cohesion, for the greater good, for the country, for his community. And I think that that is excellent. And I think that that's an example the rest of us should follow.
It was just a crying fest for the first 10 minutes, and that was great. And then I brought up the fact that I'm worried about him getting out. And he was almost puzzled, you know, like he was confused as to why I thought that.
Are you overreacting?
No, I get death threats daily, hourly at this point.
The thing is, like, right, you're right, Pre-Breakfast Banana. Patriotism does run in the family because his father is acting the way he's acting. His father did the things that he did because he was taught and forced into believing that that was correct. And by forced, I do mean forced. When you're being bombarded with the same messaging from several different sources of media from sunup till sundown every day, it is changing your perspective. It is manipulating you. There's a reason, for example, I won't watch other streamers cover a topic that I haven't covered yet because I don't want to pick up their rhetoric. Just watching one video, someone says something funny, you're likely to pick that up. Now imagine everything that you hear being specifically manufactured to create this outcome. Of course his dad's going to end up this way. Now, most people have different varying levels of susceptibility, and so we see varying levels of this. But make no mistake that the right wing, the MAGA coalition, the vast majority of them, they think that they're the counterculture. They think that they're patriots. They don't think that they're Nazis or racists or fascists. And some of them are, some of them aren't. But they all think that they're patriots because Americans think that they're thinking, but they're not thinking. They're just listening.
Announced to us it was our 18-year-old son who turned his dad into the FBI.
Why?
My son is a declared democratic socialist.
Jackson's mom, Nicole, has become one of the most prominent people campaigning for the release of people serving time for January 6th.
We lift up each and every one of our J6ers, Father.
You've been coming here for hundreds of nights.
Almost 900.
Why?
You know, after I saw what happened to my husband, I could not sit on my hands at home anymore.
Christopher Alberts.
Nicole left Texas and moved to Washington, D.C., where she takes
all of these people have have peasant brain.
Part in a nightly vigil held here outside the city's jail.
Marcus Malley.
Do you wish Guy didn't come here on January 6th?
No, I'm glad he stood up for something.
Every night, January 6 prisoners from around the country call into the vigil.
Continue holding the line, this thing's almost done.
Including Guy Reffitt, who recently called in to wish Nicole a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Oh, absolutely, political smack. It has become religious now. I mean, like Jesus 2024, it's the same thing. Jesus is the way. Trump is Jesus to them. Have you seen all the AI edits of Trump with the long hair and the big, like, they think he is. God, I hate AI too, by the way. That's a big issue in this as well.
Are you confident that Trump will let your husband walk free?
I feel like Trump is a man of his word.
What's the next step for your family?
To continue to fight.
Together.
Nicole is sometimes joined in D.C. by her two daughters, Jackson's sisters, who've been caught in the middle of a divided family.
Is not shown on my father. We have nothing against Jackson. Jackson's
They
my
literally had the burning of the Reichstag, and they did nothing about it.
I love him. I love him no more than I love my father. I love my father. I love my family.
From the beginning, the girls and I have received hundreds of mailed death threats. I'm not talking about online things. I'm talking about rape to my daughters, death to my husband, death to me.
You don't think Jackson has to be afraid of his dad?
I honestly, I believe that you're getting all of this, but I don't know that it's all true. I think there's a bit of an exaggeration here. I know that some of the left do engage in this kind of like behavior, but it's not common.
No.
Yeah.
I think that's been put on the record several times.
So why is Jackson still afraid?
I just think that it's the same thing where people think this red hat on my head is scary and dangerous. It's that same mentality. Jackson comes from a lot of love, and there's a lot of love left to be given. And justice for all.
By the way, you know how I mentioned this was the burning of the Reichstag earlier? Here's Mike Flynn, who is the guy who started QAnon, talking about the Night of Long Knives.
I mean, there were people while Trump was serving as president that were in his administration that we now know committed treason.
Like
they
you.
They undermined the sitting president of the United States
like
while
you.
they were working for him, and they were in the executive branch of the government. That's called treason. So some of them are over in the CIA, some are in the National Security Council. So there are going to have to be, I hate to use the phrase "the night of the long knives," but because that's a really bad phrase.
It's exactly the phrase you want to use because you are QAnon. This guy is the one that started it. It started with MAGA 3X and it moved into QAnon. It moved into several other people using it, but no, it was a psyop because Mike Flynn his specialty is psyops. That's what he did at Fort Bragg.
There has to be a reckoning, right?
Yes, that was
his job. Reckoning, and there has to be some act of accountability. And Trump,
So it's not like they're even trying to hide it.
I mean, I love my mom, of course. I love her.
Do you love your dad?
Of course I love
To
my
a
dad.
point,
I love my
pre-breakfast
dad, but I
banana,
can't-
the people that went inside, the people that stayed halfway through, no sympathy.
I can't feel safe around him. I hate having to put myself
It does,
in a
doesn't it,
situation to feel
Arberlin?
some sort of comfort after the election and what's going to happen when my dad gets pardoned, when all these hundreds of people get pardoned, and all these thousands of people get validated for their actions. And I'm one of those people that they call a traitor. And my dad once said traitors get shot. So that's been ringing in my head for years and years and years.
Imagine having that feeling that like your father and his entire community sees you as a traitor and your dad tells you traitors get shot. Motherfucker, they're the traitors, by the way. They are the ones that did an insurrection. But on top of this, his dad definitely doesn't say that to some guy holding a Confederate flag, I'll bet you that much. The people who literally fought a war to not be America? No, they're not traitors.
So that's been ringing in my head for
Jesus Christ,
years and years
smack.
and years.
In a message from prison, Guy Reffitt said that Jackson has never had anything to worry about from me, and he will never have anything to worry about from me ever.
If your dad's watching this, what's your message to him?
That I love him and that I hope he gets better. And I hope I get better too. I hope I...
No, it was a parade of retards who thought they were doing patriotism, but really were trying to kill democracy.
Out of this paranoia right now. And that I really thought what I did was right. I thought I did what I did to protect him and my family and the people around him and the people he could have hurt.
Let's talk about January 6th. I am interested in your kind of reflections on
the issue here isn't even January 6th. I just want you to get an understanding of how extremism runs in communities, how it spreads through families and the effects that it has. But also I want you to keep in mind that they're talking to this kid, they're calling him a traitor. People call him a traitor all the time. Donald Trump said, the enemy from within. We're the enemy from within. His dad literally tried to arm insurrectionists with AR-15s and extra mags. Yeah, his dad is the traitor. My son has nothing to worry about from me, but also traitors get shot. They all have that level of cognitive dissonance. Sundry Clown Car, they are all there. There's no difference between his father and the vast majority of the militia MAGA groups. They're all the same. They don't think.
We've come to, we've been playing images from that day in 2021 and talking about it through the morning. Obviously now Donald Trump's election set to be certified. He'll then stand on the Capitol steps and be inaugurated on January 20th. When you think about that arc of history, what goes through your mind and how do you think we ended up here?
Well, I'll tell you what goes through my mind
don't listen to the words. Watch the clips.
The 2000 election with George W. Bush and Al Gore when an election was decided by less than 1,000 votes, 400.
It's a fucking miracle that the only person who got shot on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt. It's a guy, it's insane that all of these people have guns. They didn't use them.
50
Good. I mean, good.
votes.
I'm glad, but yeah.
And we had a peaceful transfer of power then. When I mean, imagine if an election today were really down to that number of votes. And so people like Al Gore and others, upheld the Constitution. And we saw, so
Hot take: Al Gore absolutely won in 2000. Look, we get this gist here. We heard the kid talk, because the rest of this is just narrativizing that I don't care for, because the point was to understand extremism, because I showed this on stream last week. It was that very long ProPublica article about militias and the U.S. military, how extremists have grown and spread like fungus all throughout our military-industrial complex. It's a very long article, and obviously, you guys get bored if I sat there and read it. So now let's hear the guy who wrote it. Or is it a guy who wrote it? Yes, the guy who wrote it. Talk about it.
Funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
Because this
Congress
is fucked.
has certified Donald Trump as the winner of the 2024 presidential election. On Monday, Vice President Kamala Harris oversaw the process, including far-right Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, who was convicted of seditious conspiracy. For more, we're joined by Joshua Kaplan, Pulitzer Prize.
A lot of people don't know about AP3 and Proud Boys and Oath Keepers did not have a strategic plan. I don't know why our media does not talk about this. They had a vague plan. They had a vague plan to just cause chaos. That was the entire thing. Roger Stone was the one who orchestrated all of this. So that's the thing. But it's not about January 6th, guys. It's about what they're doing afterward. It's about, have you noticed that every terrorist attack is being done by military veterans, by the concepts of a plan, if you will. Actually, perfect phrasing for that. They had the plan, yeah. The issue being the guy who did the New Orleans shooting and the attempted bombing, former U.S. military, worked at Fort Bragg, by the way. The guy who blew up his car in front of Trump Tower in Vegas, also current active military, also was assigned to Fort Bragg, was also deployed to Afghanistan at the same time as the guy who did New Orleans. If you read, what was his, Matthew something Burger's manifesto, you'll see that in this, he still loves Trump, but he has the same ideas that go against the entirety of his ideology. He's cognitive dissonance has led him down a road of not understanding the reality of his actions, of not understanding the causes of his concerns, nor the outcomes of his actions. But at the same time, some of these people are actually just evil. We specifically went out of our way to recruit from violent organizations, from the Ku Klux Klan, from white nationalist groups, from Nazi groups, from every source that we could have to have troops for the war on terror. We sent them overseas. They're all coming back now. A lot of these guys, by the way, spent a decade in Afghanistan where they were told, we covered this, before when we looked at the child sexual abuse from Fort Bragg, but these guys were told to not stop the Afghanistani forces from engaging in pedophilia. And a lot of these guys, I mean, to be fair, Nazis are, all pedophiles aren't Nazis, but all Nazis are pedophiles, is what I like to say. And so they're all on board with this, Just a tactical plan to bring gear, work the crowd, take the doors, see what we can get away with. True. I read all their indictment documents. All of it was planned in a WhatsApp message chain. They had a plan. They did. It's just the plan that wasn't the plan that was applied.
Reporter for ProPublica, who covered the January 6, 2020 riot at the U.S. Capitol,
well
has
said,
published a
Pre-Breakfast
major
Banana
expose headlined "The Militia and the Mole." His related piece in August is headlined "Armed and Underground: Inside the Turbulent Secret
I'll link both of those in
World
case
of
you guys want to
American
read the
Militia."
full bits.
His new piece is based on material provided by a wilderness survival trainer named John Williams, who was upset by January 6th and decided to go undercover in this same militia movement. He gathered 2 years of material, brought it to Kaplan to report on it.
Which, by the way, is terrifying.
Monday, Williams released another giant trove of materials on a website called Distributed Denial of Secrets. For more, we're joined by Josh Kaplan in our New York studio. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Talk about the significance of yesterday, where you were as you covered January 6th, and then who exactly John Williams is and the significance of his revelations to you, Josh.
Absolutely. So, I mean, after January 6th, which...
Hey, lost out.
I think it's easy to forget at this point, was an incredibly violent day. I've stood on the porches of Capitol Police members who...
He looks like a fish. Why does this guy look like a fish?
Trump, but were just shaken by the beatings they saw that day, the attacks they saw on their colleagues. And after January 6th, history would have suggested, and a lot of militia leaders even thought, that the movement may not survive, that the backlash would be so intense that the militias would go extinct for an extended period of time.
I appreciate that.
And they started...
Look, yes, I do think we need something. We need legislation to prevent people from misleading us. We have to do something. We need power first. We need to be able to do anything. Like I said, if you want to change the country, you have to do it the way the Republicans did, which is get young people or adults involved in politics, get them to give a shit, enter the parties, enter from the bottom up. Change will only, real lasting positive change, only ever comes from the bottom up, never from the top down. We have to build it. It's the only way.
To resurge in the years since and expand at a dramatic pace because, in large part, this is in some because of the policies of social media companies, but it's also because Trump and other prominent Republicans have embraced the January 6 rioters as patriots and political prisoners. And that's given the kind of license for these...
They have that fervor and rabid effort because they think that they're the counterculture. They think that they're the hippies during the Vietnam War trying to stop the war. That's how they see themselves. They think that they're overcoming oppression, that they're fighting fascism, which they've been taught to believe. Now, here's an idea. We're actually doing all of those things. So maybe give a shit, you know? That's the thing. And again, stop trying to convince the Republicans to come over to our side. There is no center. There's 150 million Americans who did not vote, who don't pay attention, who don't care about the politics that affects them because they've been incentivized not to. They've been told that their vote doesn't matter. They've been... a lot of these people voted for Bernie and then saw that their vote did not actually matter because they stole the election for Bernie. Donna Brazile, the chair of the DNC at the time, stepped down and apologized and admitted that, yes, they did actually steal the nomination from Bernie and give it to Hillary Clinton. They keep on saying big tent and supporting corporations. Fuck that shit. My tent is small. You're on the left or you're not. That's it.
For people to join these groups again and to expand rapidly. And one thing that's changed since January 6th is that militias...
And by the way, you can be a conservative and still be on the left in this issue. There's plenty of conservatives in this chat sometimes, and a lot of them agree with me. The issue being, it's not a left versus right fight. The issue is up versus down, not left versus right. Left versus right can come after, but first we have to deal with up versus down before we can't anymore.
Much more careful at keeping their activities underground.
Big tent just means bought.
These files that Williams provided give this incredibly candid, detailed window inside this underground. And they reveal how these groups have united convicted criminals with doctors, government attorneys, active duty police officers and U.S. soldiers.
Depose the oligarchs.
And we know there were a number of active duty police officers.
It's the billionaire class, the entire issue. Hell, even this, all of this is still just the billionaire class.
Police officers and veterans and soldiers at January 6th in the insurrection.
Absolutely. No,
there was so many
disproportionately represented in that and in militias.
And at the same time, you have 140.
No, but he's right. He's probably just autistic, Sister Doll, speaking as an autist. But, like, he is right. Disproportionately, there was a lot of militia members and former military at January 6th. They were the easiest to radicalize at the time because, again, these people feel like they're the counterculture and that they're fighting for democracy. They didn't think at the time they were fighting against democracy. Now they do, because there's enough time passed that now they've been made to feel okay with, well, okay, Russia's pretty base, so I want to be like Russia. But, like, understand that it's all the oligarchs. And by the way, the things that we do make a difference. The Washington Post traffic went down from 22.5 million in 2021 to 3 million in 2024. 22.5 to 3 million for the Washington Post. How many people unsubscribed when they refused to endorse Kamala Harris? Quite a lot. Did that make a difference? Yes. Now, does it hurt Jeff Bezos enough that it's a problem to him? No, but it still made a difference.
In Metropolitan
They took private planes to January 6th.
Injured in this attack.
Absolutely. Yes. And then also one thing that came out in these files is the dangerous vigilante operations these militias have still been doing that they had managed to keep a secret. And that ranges from armed patrols at the border rounding up migrants to...
Take a guess at how many of the good old boys are riding around in their pickup trucks just shooting brown people near the border. I'm sure it's happening. I'm not sure it's happening like a lot at the moment, but I'm sure it's happening.
Trying to crack down on voters casting absentee ballots, surveillance of local journalists and activists, assaulting Black Lives Matter protesters, and then also, lastly, in these files, there's this constant drumbeat of incredibly heated debate over whether they should escalate things even further and commit acts of mass political violence.
So you write,
Nicole,
the documents laid out a remarkable odyssey.
I believe that.
Posing as an ideological compatriot, John Williams had penetrated the top ranks of two of the most prominent right-wing militias in the country. So tell us who John Williams is. Talk about how you came in contact with him, why he gave you so much information over the years.
By the way, I hope all of you are okay if any of you are in California. I'm just looking at updates for the fires because we're going to jump to after. I mean, what else can they do? They're going to send those brown people to militia jail? I mean, they could just, stay home and not do that.
Just a trove of information just yesterday. And who the groups are he was working with, from AP3 to a number of these groups.
Absolutely. So John Williams, he's a loner. He's extremely intelligent, well-read, introspective. He's also extraordinarily intense about almost every aspect of his life, and he had a tumultuous upbringing in young adulthood. He was convicted of a series of crimes.
Give me the militias. I don't care about this man.
Explain why it's 3%. What does that stand
for?
He is exposing it.
Here we go.
So
AP3, 3%ers.
So AP3, it's American Patriots 3%. This is I think people might be familiar with the 3%ers, and really the largest or 3%er group in the country for a long time has been AP3.
Hey guys, remember how the 3%ers grew their militia by saying you only need 3% of a country's population to start a revolution? Just food for thought.
It's one of the largest militias in the U.S.
And explain why it's 3%.
True political
stand for?
That's this based on the claim that only 3% of Americans fought in the American Revolution, and so it's this idea that
never mind. That's not where it comes from. I've heard the claim of you only need 3 to 5% of a population to start a revolution, and I've heard militias say this, but apparently that's not where that comes from. I think that that's kind of bullshit, but.
Very small group of dedicated people can stand up to tyranny, which is what they see in kind of liberal governance. And he was able to, John was so successful at this that he ultimately got the head of the group's, of AP3's Utah chapter fired, and then convinced people to put John in his place.
Will you guys mind if I put this up like a little bit in speed, because it's killing me?
So he was leading that group. He was sleeping in the home of the new leader of the Oath Keepers after the previous leader, the founder, went to prison was sentenced for seditious conspiracy for conspiring.
You know, on January 6th, Enrique Torres was in Washington, and they made him leave because he's not allowed in Washington. There's video of it. If you watch the documentary of the guy of the I think they're Swedish. They followed Roger Stone around. It's in that. Enrique Torres, he comes in and they're like, oh shit, I can't be here. We're getting calls, and then he had to leave. That's why he wasn't there on January 6th, because he wasn't even allowed in DC.
Government on January 6th, and he was going through this guy's files the other night. I mean, it's amazing. I listened to these tapes, and I spent an enormous amount of time authenticating them, and he sounded like a completely different person on the call, just a brand new personality from the John I was.
American 3%ers, also known as the AP3 or AP3, III or 3, a far-right American militia group that identifies itself as part of the 3%ers movement. The organization used social media, including Facebook, as a recruitment tool. An information leak from a right-wing website in 2021 led to the identification of many members from the organization. Scott said and founded the organization during Obama's first term, said and used TikTok to recruit new members in July 2024, following the assassination attempt on Trump.
Speaking to on the phone, and these militia guys loved him, and it enabled him to lie and manipulate his way into the heart of several of these groups.
So talk about how the groups interact, and also he was almost exposed when he actually reached out to warn a journalist that they were a target.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interplay among these groups. I mean, I think a lot of lay people think of them like gangs, like you're a Proud Boy, so you're forever a Proud Boy. They're much more porous than that. People kind of cycle, but members will cycle between them. One group and
they're an unorganized structure of different decentralized, almost communities. The ideas that these militias have are close to the ideas that the rest of us have. They just add in the horrible shit. If they were trying to do what they were trying to do and just take out the racism bit, point them at the right direction, then they'd be American patriots. If they just wanted to protect democracy with their militias, as they claim to use the Constitution, they're, basing this off the American Revolution, American ideals. If they actually were doing that, then they would have been against January. They would have been there to stop the January 6ers.
Of each are kind of ill-defined. That's part of why they've been able to grow so much. There's shared grievances, but when it comes to questions of are we trying to overthrow the government or are we trying to...
And that's where it ties into the decentralization, because there is no answers.
Dangerous vigilante operations, or are we trying to get involved in local politics?
I mean, those aren't to be fair, the KKK also includes the sheriffs and the feds.
That have predefined answers, and so there's constant debate about them, and it enables them to, in some ways, especially at the local level, bridge more mainstream conservative politics and more violent action. But the through line in all of these is paramilitary training, intense firearms training, where they will do things like practice storming buildings with semi-automatic rifles or doing an ambush with explosives.
What did he learn about the Salt Lake Tribune reporter?
Again, a lot of these guys are former military.
So
they're veterans.
Was on a call at one point, and there was a conversation about, some woman started speaking about how there was a journalist in her small town who was covering the town's vice mayor who was under fire for a homophobic remark. And she thought this journalist was leading a secret far-left plot, and also was her neighbor, and she thought he'd been trying to harass
they're all so fucking conspiracy brained.
And so she seemed in the grip of something. And then at the end of this call, she said, I think I need to settle a score with this guy.
Jeez, I didn't know that one.
They're still neighbors. It's getting to the deep state local level. It's got to be stopped. And this scared John. He felt obligated to warn this journalist, and so he sent him.
It sounds like what you would go through in an actual military, which makes sense because the people running the training are people that were former military and they know how to run the training. They have new recruits that are also former military, but they have new recruits that aren't. And so they have people who were trained by the U.S. military training the militias like they're the U.S. military.
An anonymous email. The next morning, he saw an article posted online. The journalist had written 500 words about this experience and the strange email he'd gotten, and it had a screenshot of the note. And there'd been some lines pointing, there's a lot of evidence pointing that John was the guy who leaked this. And so he thought, I'm finally found out, people are going to know I'm the mole, I'm going to go on the run. And so he picks up his life and flees to the desert so he can disappear for at least several weeks.
So right now, we've just passed January 6th. President-elect Trump has called it a day of love. Enrique Tarrio on January 6th, who was convicted.
If it was a day of love, they would have had Arnold Palmer there.
For seditious conspiracy, head of the Proud Boys, has asked for a pardon. He actually wasn't there on January 6th. He was, picked up before January 6th? But explain the significance of that and where the Proud Boys fit into the story. And then the larger question, the visuals outside the jail where January 6th insurrectionists are held. There was a demand for a sort of global pardon of the protesters. President Trump, when asked
base political smack
by journalists.
I mean, I don't know. This is higher than my view count usually is, so.
He said, not in the first 90 days, 30 days, like on the first day, in the first minutes. Not clear if it's going to be a blanket pardon or if he's at other times said it's going to be, he's going to look at each and every case.
Bullshit. They don't care enough. They might leave a couple of them in there, but realistically, they're getting pardoned. It was part of their campaigning promises. And he's pissed off that side of the base so much with Elon that he needs to give them something. This will be it.
Yeah, I mean, so the Proud Boys, to answer your first question, they're another militia group that is very much kind of sees itself as an arm of Trump, as a kind of the Trump street fighters, essentially. And their trademark until January 6th was fighting with activists in the street and kind of attacking people at left-wing protests.
They would be out there, they would be calling it Antifa violence. They would go and they would do their own violence and they would say, oh no, Antifa did it. Or they would go and they would see a counter-protest against, or a protest or something, and they would form their own little counter-protest. They would incite the leftists to punch the Nazi, because, punch the Nazi is a meme. And then the moment you punch the Nazi, they get to fight back. And then you have the cameras rolling of, oh, well, Antifa and the Nazis are fighting in the street. And then when that goes on air, people question which is the worst side. Don't hit anyone at the protest. Your job at the protests is to get the shit kicked out of you on camera. Don't bring a weapon. Don't fight back. Get the shit kicked out of you. That's what the protest is for. If you fight back, then it ruins the entire point. I covered this one. We had that big protest in Melbourne over the Arms Expo for Israel. The protesters were fighting back, and it didn't look good for us. That's not the point. If you want to go fight the Nazis, go do it where there's no cameras. Or rather, don't do any violence, politically or otherwise. Sorry, Twitch.
And they, according to the Department of Justice, were really, as much as any group, what led the charge that enabled the Capitol riot to happen, enabled the Capitol to be stormed. And so these pardons, I mean, the ramifications.
Again, not saying do violence, just, don't do violence on camera, especially.
A renaissance for militant extremists, because there's no precedent for this kind of message of protection and support coming from the White House. And so if these pardons are as sweeping as Trump has repeatedly suggested they might be, if they include those who assaulted police officers that day, how that will be interpreted is that you can commit.
There was police officers that nearly died. They nearly died. One of them was tased in the back of the neck. If you watched some of the January 6 documentaries, there's a cop who literally only survived because he started begging, please, I have children. And then some of the other militias were like, all right, wait, we don't want to kill the guy, like he has kids. That was it. They would have killed him otherwise. They genuinely would have. You can see it in the crowd. They were not stopping. There were 13 men arrested for a plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer to overthrow Michigan's government. We got a militia problem. Yes, we fucking do. Militias are the big problem right now, and they're all funded, well, not funded, but they're all trained by the U.S. government because most of those militia leaders or the higher ranks in them are former military that served in Iraq, in Afghanistan.
Crimes and not be punished for that, as long as you're doing it for the quote-unquote right cause.
And
like, look at these guys. These guys have been in the military, and they're the ones training all of the other retards in the back.
Going back to that,
and these are the guys who then blow themselves up instead of Trump Tower.
Others in AP3 and other groups kept
These are the guys that go and shoot people driving down the street in New Orleans. These are the same guys. Good thing those militias don't infiltrate the cops, right? Right? Yeah. I'm sorry, the cops are there too. They're in the militias. I believe there were like 3 Capitol police officers that were beaten to death. No, there were not. They were beaten pretty bad. I think 3 of them at least killed themselves after they committed suicide. But I don't think any police officers actually died on the day. I think the only person that died on the day was Ashley Babbitt. But double check that for me.
Can contact your local sheriff.
Yeah, these groups view that as critical to their success, having allies in law enforcement. It's, the signature of these groups is putting themselves in incredibly volatile situations with a lot of guns.
One of the cops died a day after being assaulted by a police officer. They're saying 3 people died of natural causes. I don't know what the fuck that means, but sure. I'm going to go ahead and say, no, you're probably right there.
They want to have police, if not actively help them, at least leave them alone, see them as a friend.
They have a spreadsheet of the sheriffs that are...
Maybe I was lied to.
Yes, they have a spreadsheet. Every member in AP3 got a spreadsheet of the sheriffs in their state, was told to reach out to them, mark who's friendly, who's not.
Oh, look.
And they have these very detailed and
infiltration of the police
tactics for...
You know what's next? The FBI. Kash Patel, the new FBI director, has a literal hit list of people to go after. A hit list that includes John fucking Podesta. That's how far back in time they're going.
Buttering up police officers, buttering up sheriffs, trying to kind of pitch themselves. It's an incredibly organized effort that we don't, and in some cases has been quite successful, it seems. And we don't really normally get a view of that playbook, of those tactics, and how the sheer amount of work that they put into this.
And finally, as we look at what happened in Las Vegas with the Green Beret active duty who shot himself and his Tesla, you could call it a tank, exploded in front of the Trump hotel.
That guy, by the way, the guy who that they're talking about now, the one in Las Vegas, you know what his job was? He was an IED specialist. His job was to make bombs. He wrote in his manifesto that this was sending a message. However, who was he sending the message to? Not to where he needs to. He was sending a message that was so fucking incoherent that it made no sense. It was about the oligarchs and the stealing of Americans' liberties and rights, while he's also in that same message supporting the people who are doing the exact action. He pulls up to a Trump tower to blow himself up, but says he's not. It's not a message about Trump. This isn't terrorism. This is just venting, is what he said. Sorry, this isn't terrorism. This is a message, is what he said. They're all insane, worshiping at Trump and Elon's altar.
As well as the Army veteran in New Orleans, these what look like lone wolf military
There's no
guys,
such thing as lone wolf terrorism. There's no such thing.
Armed. Did you see, as you were exploring this terrain with John Williams, people like that?
It's a misnomer.
Yes, I mean, this is certainly, and it's not...
You're not wrong,
I don't want to get into specific incidents that we haven't reported, but I mean, there have been high-profile, nothing like the Las Vegas attack, but high-profile incidents in the 2022 midterms, for instance, of a man doing an armed stakeout of a ballot box.
On election night. On election night. They arrested a guy in North Carolina for trying to damage the state's energy infrastructure with a weapon of mass destruction. It was another militia guy. They got him. He didn't get to do it, but they were using MDs on election night. So yeah, no, we have a pretty big problem.
I don't
know. Who knows? Maybe a couple of them are pro Luigi. They might go after an executive or two, and then if 1 or 2 more executives gets popped, their government's coming for your guns. I'm telling you.
National news cycle. He was an AP3 leader doing an AP3 operation, and
yeah, absolutely,
he
politics
was not
smack.
Back to the group or to any kind of organized effort until.
Oh, guess what? He also worked in. He also worked at the same company in Bragg that Michael Flynn did, the PSYOP division. I wonder.
Came along, and so certainly these people right now may well be lone wolves. I have no reason to suggest otherwise.
It's not true.
And there's people can be radicalized online right now, but there's also this long history of, and it's I think become an even more concerted effort potentially in recent years, of people committing acts of violence who look like lone wolves, take care to look like lone wolves, and then it comes out very long
They're
after the
never
fact
lone
that they
wolves.
actually had
ever
working with or had a very long
Look,
history with.
Nobody gets radicalized to the point of doing political violence as militias with intention, with a goal in mind, as a lone wolf. Not in this way. Like, you'll do random violence, sure. Lone wolves go and do mass shootings and bombings, and then they die. That's what they want to do. There is no lone wolf that is trying to do political terrorism in the concept of trying to further a goal. Who's running the show? It's the militias. It's all part of it. It's a system of hierarchy. The lone wolves are part of the militias. The militias work with the cops, work with the military, work with the government. The government is owned by the corporations. The corporations only care about money. It all just trickles down that way.
With organized militia groups.
Well, I want to thank you for being with us and for doing this deep investigation. Joshua Kaplan, Pulitzer.
Like, the point there is these people are everywhere, and we trained them. They fought in a war, and now they're back with nothing to do except listen to a whole bunch of misinformation about how their country is being stolen, how their rights are being taken away from them, how America is dying. And so they're freaked the fuck out. And of course they're going to go do that. These people likely all have trauma from being in a war zone, and they don't think rationally because most of them can't fucking read. 65% of American adults cannot read at a 6th grade level. This Sari Saad, whom was witness to war crimes and having PTSD, he wrote, even some IDF soldiers have some shame. We read the article last week from Haaretz of the IDF soldier who said he felt like he was a Nazi while he was walking around Gaza. Thank you. Now, real quick, we're going to switch to the California wildfires just to cover some more on that. But I do have to pee really quickly. But stick around because I got some fun stuff for you. All right, back to it. Okay, so real quick, before we actually delve into everything, I do want to have a look at, breaking news. Korean police arrest impeached President Yoon. Sick, that's cool. I just want to see what the live updates for the risk map for the Los Angeles fires are for the next couple days, because the wind has been changing. Yo, can we have some YouTube guys boost the signal over here? Yes, please jump and go like the stream. YouTube, I think, shadow banned me because they got mad at a video that I made, even though I fixed it and I won the dispute. But either or, I can see that the impressions weren't up. So this is the elevated chance of fire weather until Tuesday. Actually, is today? Yeah, for Tuesday. Today. This is probably the map for the rest of the week. All of the news reports are expecting the Santa Ana winds to continue as they are. They've kind of gotten worse in the last hour or so, so I do want to see.
Tonight, fire-ravaged Los Angeles yet again on edge as Southern California braces for another extreme wind event. City officials urging residents to be prepared to evacuate as the National Weather Service issues the same rare highest level threat advisory that fueled the devastating Palisade and Eaton fires.
We are taking an aggressive lean forward posture and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city.
Just a reminder, like, they cannot plan ahead for this. There's nothing you can do in this situation. The embers can fly for miles. If the wind speed is that high, you create an entire wall of firefighters just blasting water in one direction, and you'll have a fire start 3 miles behind you.
The past week, 60 miles across LA County has been scorched. NBC's Ellison Barber embedded with CAL FIRE to see the conditions from the air.
Air efforts are a critical part of this firefight, and you see it here. Teams are attacking these fires and hotspots like this one from the air every chance they get.
By the way, Canada and Mexico pulling some real work here, helping us out.
37 people remain unaccounted for and 25 people confirmed dead. And now growing scrutiny about how the fires started. This video, taken by Altadena resident Pedro Rojas, shows a large blaze directly beneath electrical towers in the early minutes of the Eaton fire. This coming as at least 2 new lawsuits have been filed targeting power company SoCal Edison, alleging negligence for in part failing to de-energize that transmission line, which the suit says sparked the deadly fire.
What's the proof that you're pointing to that this started at the transmission line?
In our complaint, we allege videos, photographs, eyewitness testimony, and of course, we know that they have tools like PSPS, public safety power shutoff, that they could have used and chose not to.
Evangeline Iglesias is part of the suit.
Look,
a longtime FedEx worker.
Everything that you're hearing about this is probably inundated with misinformation, including these people
who lost her Altadena home.
It's difficult under any circumstances of breaking news to have accurate information, especially in this day and age. But with these fires specifically, because they're so active, because they keep changing, because the conditions are not stable, and on top of this, because the right is using this to create justifications to attack the left rather than actually giving a shit about the people whose lives are being destroyed, it's difficult to believe much of anything without seeing it.
I wish they would have shut everybody's power off earlier in the day if they knew.
Because the reports that I heard were the power lines were cut almost immediately following the fire kicking off. So whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But what is true is Republicans are refusing aid, or are talking about refusing aid to California without some stipulations. Captain Buggy, did you see Elon's clip of him talking to the firefighters? No, but we will in a second.
Daddy's gone.
I don't pre-watch, so.
The new sheriff in town. They have nobody to pay their bills. They're going to have to go to Donald Trump and say, we need your help. And that's fine. We'll help them. But there's got to be some stipulations, Laura.
Excuse me, but you're talking about the federal government and a state asking for help. What stipulations are required for the federal government to send aid to a state having a natural disaster, other than them having a natural disaster?
What we do, how we do it, when we do it, and what we're going to get out of them.
What went wrong pre-breakfast banana is that it didn't rain for 8 months. Like, you could just drop a cigarette in the wrong location and start a fire at that point. California's ecology is very similar to that of Australia. And like, they didn't do a lot of the shit they need to do because they need funding for it, such as clearing brush, getting rid of fuel for these fires. As all of the complaints that has come from the right have been, there wasn't enough water, which is not true. All of the complaints have been DEI, which is nonsense. Does Australia catch fire like that? Yeah, have you not heard of Black Summer? Half of the reason that California catches fire like this is because there are eucalyptus trees from Australia all over Canada. Not all over Canada, all over
Australia.
All over California. Here we go. A good image. That was what Black Summer looked like. That. Now remember that Australia is the size of the continental United States from edge to edge. Like, they're almost equally distant. Yeah. So it does happen like that. And honestly, since the fires in LA started, half of Australian media is, oh shit, could this happen to us? Because this is the wet season for California. It's supposed to be raining right now. It's also wet season wet season here wasn't all that wet for a few years. Thankfully, this year was, so it hasn't been as bad this summer. But this is getting worse everywhere. The eucalyptus trees literally explode into flames when it gets too hot. Like, you don't even need to ignite them. They self-ignite. Also, they had some broken dams. They did not fix them, but I can play with matches all day long in New York City parks and nothing's gonna burn. Yeah, exactly. Like, they should have done more things. They should have fixed those dams. They should have had more infrastructure in place. They should be paying the slave firefighters a lot more money. But this was not something that was preventable. The people responsible for this, plainly, are the fossil fuel companies. They're the ones that should pay for the damages.
Are sick and tired of watching what's going on out there with people that are stealing the money. No governance and have no clue what they're doing.
You.
Folks, they're
so, you, Tommy Tuberville.
Sugar Daddy's gone.
Sugar Daddy's gone, yeah. Meanwhile, the Republicans are focusing on real issues, you know? Like,
and often in these situations, it's very strategic. It's not necessarily about always putting more people.
Sorry, Mercury Shadow.
Make sure that it's safe, and you can only add so much aircraft in the airspace.
Congressman, as I said in my preamble, government isn't supposed to be welfare for the stupid. Why should the people of Georgia...
Yeah, you know what? Government isn't supposed to be welfare for the stupid, so why the fuck are we paying you retards?
...district and 48 other states be forced to pay when Democrat policies predictably fail, as they have in California?
Democrat policies, sure.
Well, great to be with you, Chris. And by the way, fantastic monologue. I tell you, what that DEI hire said was just incredible.
Excuse me, DEI hire is just a woman now. They've moved on from it being a replacement for the N-word and then every other slur. Now it's just anyone who's not a white man. This is a DEI hire? Really?
Well, great to be with you, Chris. And by the way, fantastic monologue. I tell you, what that DEI hire said was just incredibly stupid. You just can't do that. When
we used to be a real country.
Resources like that, helicopters and Marines on the ground, then you would take that. That just shows an incredible lack of leadership.
Retards. The real countries like Canada and Mexico are out here like helping us. Meanwhile, you know, our unserious politicians are like this. Why should the people of Georgia pay for this? Because we paid for Georgia's fires? Why should the people pay for this? Because it's the right thing to do? And also, why should the people pay for this and not the wealthy? Why should the fossil fuel companies not be held liable for these fires? We weren't a good country, Arberlin, but we were a real country. We're not a real country. We're not serious anymore. We're clowns. The rest of the world laughs at the United States. At least we were, like, when we were bad, at least we were serious. People, I don't know, respected, even feared the United States. I suppose, like, I'd rather not have any fear of the United States. I'd rather be a nice, cooperative, helpful country. But better that than a fucking clown show. With Mike Johnson over here with, like, Donald Trump and Elon Musk's dick in his mouth.
Are you open to providing aid to California without any conditions?
Sorry.
Are you open to providing aid to California without any conditions at all?
I think we've got to have a serious conversation about that. Obviously, there's been water resource mismanagement, forest management mistakes, all sorts of problems.
The forest management mistakes comes down to your funding. You are the one that refused to increase funding for preventing wildfires in California. That was the reason. The water mismanagement? What mismanagement? The wells were full. They finished all the water they had in like the first 3 hours. And then as they filled up, there was problems getting water to fire hydrants in places because of water pressure issues. Because so much water was being used. We were literally scooping water from the fucking ocean and dropping it onto these fires, which you don't normally do because salt water has its own risks involved.
And it does come down to leadership, and it appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects.
Like you?
That's something that has to be factored in. I think there should probably be conditions on that date. That's my personal view. We'll see what the consensus is. I haven't had a chance to socialize that with any of the members over the weekend because we've all been very busy, but it'll be part of the discussion for sure.
What about the debt limit increase? What about tying the debt limit increase to it?
There's some
water resources being mismanaged.
And what they do is that they go to all of these areas where they still see some of these flames kind of spreading across to help quench those fires and just try.
I have not seen anything for this Mercury Shadow. Japan is a giant like military base at this point for us, so
to work on that containment.
Oh, poor
As I've been
fishies.
saying, and we've been hearing from Fox 11, some of these fires are really burning out of control. Some of them are under 0% containment, including the largest fire that's burning at the moment.
Like, you see that, right? Like, that's how desperate we are in need of water. Because again, you don't usually do this because there's salt in the water. When you salt the earth, things don't grow. You know, back in the day, when you were a raiding country, you know what you would do if you wanted to, I don't know, besiege a city? You would burn and then salt the land so that they couldn't grow food on it again. There's a reason we don't normally do this. Very busy on 99% GDP state. Yeah, stupid Demopublicans. And then here's this other retard. Yeah, you can just throw the link in chat.
So, all right. What about water availability? Was water availability? I understand that was like not an issue in Malibu. Is that correct? Was it water? Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, cities aren't supposed to burn out of control like that, but you can't stop it. There was pre-breakfast banana. The winds were over 100 miles an hour at some point. Embers can fly miles and then just start a fire somewhere else. And in a place like California, where it doesn't rain for 8 months, one tiny little ember just drops on someone's roof, poof, suddenly you have 4 houses on fire. It's not something that you can do. That's not to mention, you can't drop seawater in 100-mile-per-hour winds. Not well, yeah. You can't even, like, have the helicopters and some of the planes flying when it's that windy. There's nothing you can actually functionally do to protect the city from this. Aside from, I don't know, having everyone go to their roof with a fire hose and just cover the entire roof with water every 10 minutes before before it dries up and goes away. Cancel Elon. The guy's gonna tell him that 1,000 liters a minute is good enough to put out a building. I mean, he's an idiot. So
there was water. We have several reservoirs and casinos that we use a lot. Now, just an example, if we have one building burning, we could flow.
Seawater has heaps of issues. No, they've been using it. And Arberlin, we just showed it. They've been using it. That's how bad it is. Because it does have heaps of issues. And we're still using it. In my little spot of Arizona, some guy burned half the house hitting his shovel against a rock while digging a fence post and it sparked. Jesus Christ. In Australia, we do this every fire season. Exactly. And that's the issue. Sapatra, that's what I was saying, is they don't do any brush clearing. They have no preventative measures because the Congress refused to fund it. We have been using ocean water ever since I can remember, but with climate change, there's little anyone can do to control the fires. We use ocean water here? I didn't know that.
1,000 gallons have been hit on that one building with the hose lays that we put in to stop it. You can imagine 1,000 gallons per house we couldn't do, right? So the amount of water we're flowing, there really is no water system that's going to keep that pace. So we have to bring in water tenders, which are these big tank water tanks that, 2,500, 3,000 gallon trucks, and they'll come in. And that's what we have to do to compensate. So they park out there, do it. DWP did a great job. They brought in big water trucks for us, and we use them as basically mobile hydrants.
All right.
Right, and then we have our
everything is stream worthy depending on the subject. This one, not for today,
own
but
agency as well that has water tenders.
Yes, the salt water does ruin stuff, and they are not worried about the salt water ruining stuff right now. They're worried about everything burning down.
My understanding is that like along the correct me if I'm wrong. In Malibu along the coast, there was no shortage of water. In the Palisades, there was a shortage of water at a certain point. Or is that not accurate?
Well, we were flowing just an amount of water that the system couldn't.
Again, they had water. The water just ran out because they had to use it all.
We're just overbearing, just because of how much water these firefighters were utilizing.
Okay. All right.
Moron. Okay. I got 2 more things for you on the subject. We're going to watch a cool video on it. But here's the real heroes out there fighting the fire. These are the incarcerated inmates that don't get to become firefighters when they get out of prisons.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Real heroes here.
Thank you.
And yes, everyone should just tell Elon to fuck off. That would be a good way to go. Correct me if I'm wrong, bro. That would take so much of my goddamn time. True. Elon pretends to be good at video games and then thinks that he can live stream himself playing one without seeming like he's never played the game before.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was sad. Leftist Leo. It wasn't even funny. It was sad. It was embarrassing. Like, why even try? Did he really think that he could just pick it up on the fly? Okay, so let's watch Legion Miller, who's an excellent content creator. We don't usually watch much of her stuff, but this I found interesting.
The fires burning in California right now and the resulting public reaction are a quite literal perfect storm. A natural disaster exacerbated by climate change combined with nearly half of the population in favor of a climate change denying industrialist president who's best friends with the richest man on the planet, both of whom are sowing.
Brush clearing also has issues. In Australia, we do it all wrong, can make fires worse. Yeah, that's also true. First Nations burning off and land management is very different than what the government does here, which we should be doing. But I don't know why we... Well, I mean, I know why we don't. It's because, you know, they don't care. But speaking of, you did remind me that there was this that I wanted to show you guys. Where are you? You. Aha. This is the type of thing that you could do. By the way, could this be climate change? This moron, like, tweeting this as if this is showing that the government is starting the fires. That's where their brains are at. This is called a controlled burn. This is called a controlled burn. What that does... Oh, holy shit, thank you for all the gifted subs. What this does right here is it prevents there from being all of this dry brush right on the side of the forest so that it can't spread closer and closer to the road, which means then it can spread to the other side of the road. You want to keep the fire in a limited area. And the less fuel it has to leave that area, the more difficult it is for it to leave that area. And the issue being in these fires, there's just so much wind that this wouldn't have helped. But this is something that we should be doing regularly, but we don't. And the funding for it was cut by Republicans. It is sad.
Disinformation that people are eating right up. A dystopian novelist couldn't have written something like this because
Politics Smack, you are like the best. Holy shit. I really, really, really appreciate that.
Would be too on the nose. Though Octavia Butler got unsettlingly close in her novel Parable of a Sower, in which a climate change fueled fire destroys a town in California set in the future, which just happens to be February of the year 2025. I do not. Today, we're talking big picture about the California wildfires. Why did people have their fire insurance denied right before this disaster? And what does this mean for homeowners going forward? How is it being used as a means to sow division and disinformation? How racism is exacerbating the disaster for some communities, because it always does. And why your hot take in the comments section isn't the high horse you think it is. Some of y'all need to go touch grass.
Yes,
let's get into it.
true.
I love bread, and I am thrilled to say that my partner on today's video is Wild
She's
Grain,
so
the
right.
first bake from frozen subscription
By the way,
box for
she mentioned
sourdough bread,
insurance.
artisanal pastry,
I do want to add in, insurance are the ones robbing people. They're the real looters right now. They're the ones that are making it so, A, they're going to make it incredibly difficult for you to claim anything. B, they're just going to deny claims because, you know, that's what they do, delay and deny. And then secondly, they've already announced that they're no longer going to do home insurance in California.
soda without the hard work. They use slow fermentation that can be easier on your belly, richer in nutrients and antioxidants, and can help lower blood sugar spikes. And this is freezer to table in 25 minutes. Every item you receive from Wild Grain bakes in 25 minutes or less, so you can enjoy homemade quality whenever you want. Like, I'm sorry, have you ever just had croissants on demand? Like,
I went to
really
a pond this morning
RT
for a walk at sunrise. I'm gonna every Tuesday. That's really nice. I really do need to start going for a walk before like stream in the mornings. That'd be nice.
from the oven. It truly does not get better than this.
Yep, they're doing the same with flood insurance in the South. All insurance needs to be illegal. Like, insurance should just be from the government, guaranteed to you. Private insurance should be illegal because what they're literally doing is robbing you. You are paying an insurance company so that when something happens, they will pay for it. That's why you pay them. So when the disaster happens and they don't pay you, then they robbed you. You paid them for this and they didn't do the thing. They're stealing from you. They're all thieves. They're parasites. What's the reason fire is more common in North America and not Asia and South America, which has hotter temperatures? A, humidity. B, like area of human infrastructure in an area that could produce more fire. C, stupider governance. Even in South America, even in the poor countries, they know how to deal with this kind of shit. That's the thing. And yes, it is wetter. It's types of trees. It is also governance, though, because let's say somewhere like Los Angeles, they care, obviously. It's important. They do fund their fire department, but they care much more about the rich people's houses. Whereas, like, if you're a small country, like, I don't know, Venezuela, and part of your country's on fire, you're going to focus on that fire a lot more than, let's say, America would. They'd be much closer to something like an Australian reaction, in that if there's a fire in one part of the country, every part of the country is affected by it, and every part of the country wants to, like, help, wants to, they're doing something, you know? Whereas here, they're threatening to withhold aid. Eucalyptus trees will take over areas of tropical forest in Australia, though, because of climate change. It's the same thing that's happening in California, because they bought eucalyptus trees from Australia like 100 years ago. That's why they're so extra with the fires, because they have that same issue of the eucalyptus tree just kind of fucking explodes. Now, it's not the only reason, obviously, but it is a factor, and it was a much larger factor earlier on in the century, before climate change really started to ramp up. By the way, if you guys didn't know, we've officially crossed the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, so yay.
Click on my link in the description and use my code LEJA30 to get $30 off your first box. Plus, you get free croissants for life if you use my
I
link.
did not know that,
Right?
Sepetra. God
Free
damn.
croissants
I need to do more
for
research
life.
on eucalyptus
Use
trees.
my link below, along with my code
Thank you,
LEJA30.
Leftist
I
Leo.
see, you're welcome. Thanks, Wild Grain. The largest fire in the Palisades has, as of a few hours
Choo-choo.
ago, burned more than 23,000
I don't know what that
acres.
even does.
Currently
What's level 4 do?
around 11% contained. The Eaton fire has burned over 14,000 acres and is 27% contained, and the Hearst fire burned 800 acres and is almost fully contained. 24 deaths have been reported so far, with 16 stemming from the Eaton.
LA landlords are increasing rent prices, preparing for the homelessness crisis from the fires. Garbage humans, like literally demons. I keep saying this. They're not people. They're human beings, but they're not people like you and me.
Fire. Numerous other fires have cropped up and been contained, this all according to reporting from the BBC. The causes of these fires remain under investigation, though lightning has been ruled out.
Hopefully the government will not leave those affected stranded as it does with those affected by the opiate crisis. Well, I will say to you, Ella Steve, just really quickly, one more time. I know we just watched this, guys, but
are you open to providing aid to California without any conditions at all?
I think we've got to have a serious conversation about that. Obviously, there's been water resource mismanagement, forest...
all of this is untrue, by the way.
Mistakes, all sorts of problems. And it does come down to leadership, and it appears to us that state and local leaders were derelict in their duty in many respects. So that's something that has to be factored in.
What they're saying here is concede to our political arguments or you get no federal funding. You get no help. You get nothing. Can you? I can't. That was the max volume on that one. Let me find the other one that I showed you because that one was more clear. Oh, come on. Here, watch
There
us in
was
the
none
meantime.
reported in the fire areas. Arsonists and utility lines are the two other most likely culprits, though there has been no official indication that those are to blame either.
Ah, here we go.
While California
Found
officials
it. Sorry. Here we go.
Sugar daddy's gone. Donald Trump, folks, their sugar daddy's gone. Donald Trump is a new sheriff in town. They have nobody to pay their bills. They're going to have to go to Donald Trump and say, we need your help. And that's fine. We'll help them. But there's got to be some stipulations, Laura, on what we do, how we do it, when we do it, and what we're going to get out of it. The American taxpayers are sick and tired of watching what's going on out there with people that are stealing the money, no governance, and have no clue what they're doing.
That's what they're saying. That's what the right is saying. Karen, one of my conservative friends was saying, why do the insurance need to pay? Gavin Newsom did it with less funding like 1 month ago. Like, they're that retarded. They're that level of, they think Gavin Newsom started the fire. There was Benny Johnson, known Russian agent, was saying that this is eco-terrorism by the left. All of this is going to be used as a justification to take your rights and your freedoms away in like a week and a half. It's going to be used as a justification as a national security threat. They're going to institute the fucking Patriot Act 2.0. Patriot Act plus methamphetamine and PCP. What should be done here is the fossil fuel companies should be the ones paying for these damages.
grapple over responding to the crisis and figuring out what went wrong, right-wing extremists, including
True
Donald
Mercury
Trump and Elon
Shadow.
Musk, have been quick to point the finger at truly the dumbest possible culprits.
And yes,
On
it is
Fox,
insane.
host
Stickers for
Jesse
cookies.
Waters took a cue from a tweet by far-right favorite
And yes,
Liz
they are the eco-terrorists. Is groundwater an issue in Canada and Australia where I live? Most of our bush is dying. We used to have much more groundwater, so this means, sorry, not Canada, California. Yeah, no, groundwater is an issue in California. There's only one body of water on the entire planet that is growing in the source of fresh water, and that is the Great Lakes region. That's it. Every other part of the planet is losing the amount of fresh water they have. Great Lakes is the only region growing. But yeah, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, those areas are all very much lacking in water and groundwater, and that area is basically turning into the outback, Sapatra, slowly over time.
of TikTok.
Another
I already did a
terrorist.
whole episode about her, so we won't get into it here, but suffice it to say, one random person on Twitter has managed to amass so much sway that she's informing the creation of news stories over on Fox. Waters, like Libs of TikTok, showed a picture of 3 women in order to make a larger point.
This right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the leadership of the LA Fire Department. I sure hope they know what they're doing.
What?
Again, we just watched them say DEI to a white woman, so it's just the fact that anyone who's not a white man. Secondly, Libs of TikTok is a terrorist, and Jesse Waters is so hated that his mother wouldn't have him over for Thanksgiving dinner.
Gentlemen, this is the leadership of the
How much
LA
of a piece
Fire
of shit
Department.
he is.
I sure hope they know what they're doing.
What, of course, Waters and Libs of TikTok are getting at is that the devastation happening in LA right now can be blamed on the fact that things are being run by women. Women who absolutely could not possibly know how to run things and who were absolutely just DEI hires who stole the positions from capable men who would have had this under control. According to reporting from Salon,
I'll tell you what, she could run all of this better than, she could run the government better than any man in government right now. Chaya Raichik should be banned from every platform. Chaya Raichik should be arrested. She's a stochastic terrorist. She's responsible for several bomb threats on schools, on hospitals. She's doxed several people. She's broken so many laws. 20 plus years experience is now DEI. Yep, unless you're a white dude.
Is 8 years
Going pretty good
old
at those,
and
Slob.
buried in the LAFD's Flickr account among 57,000 other images.
What edgy
According
joke in an ad?
to Salon, a quick view of the
I didn't
organizational
hear that.
chart shows the chief of staff, the head of emergency operations, the head of administrative operations, the heads of the regional bureaus, the head of the prevention bureau, and the head of IT are all men. Out of the 12 leaders on the page, only 3 are women, meaning a full 75%.
They won't read the resume because they don't care. They could literally say certified world's best firefighter. They don't care. They don't care. The incarcerated prisoners that are fighting the fires are the most experienced firefighters in the world outside of maybe Australia's public firefighting force. Private and public, rather. Outside of Australia, Those incarcerated firefighters in California are the best, and they're not allowed to get a job as a firefighter when they get released from prison.
Of the leadership team is male.
No, it's too
Plotters
late,
of
Karen.
TikTok are too cowardly to say the quiet part out loud, but the implication is that women are to blame for this tragedy. A wild thing to believe in the year of our Lord 2025, but something clearly believed by many people who refused to vote for Kamala for that same reason, and a huge number of people in the comment sections of Fox and Libs of TikTok posts. And I guess I should stop being shocked at this, and yet I remain bamboozled, gooped, gagged, and baffled, my friends. And not to give credence to the accusation that women can't do the job, and even though the
Do we not pay some of our firefighters? I know most of them are volunteers, and I know they are some of the best in the world, but I didn't realize we didn't pay any of them. I mean, I suppose that's even better than the fact that we use slaves as firefighters in California, rather.
Never feels compelled to offer actual evidence for their claims, let me just point out that one of the women in that photo is LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, whose LAFD bio reads, as a 22-year veteran of the LAFD, Chief Crowley has proven her credibility.
22 years!
Through the ranks. She served as a firefighter, paramedic, engineer, fire inspector, Captain 1, Captain 2, battalion chief, assistant chief, deputy chief.
And you know what the right will say when they look at this? All of those were DEI hires, is what they'll say. Even the ones before affirmative action.
Deputy and fire chief. That is the literal definition of working your way to the top, which is usually a Republican wet dream. Unless you're a lady and a lesbian, then ew. Clearly you didn't earn it. Also, hating on firefighters is actually the dumbest, most cowardly, least patriotic thing I can think of. Full stop. Other disinformation has swirled, including blaming the entire devastation not on climate change, but on dry fire hydrants, with talk show host Megyn Kelly blaming the fire chief for prioritizing DEI hiring.
No, H-1B visas aren't DEI. They're just, they're the ones that are smart enough to do the job, leftist Leo. That was the entire thing, right? The reason the right got so mad about the H-1B visas because they got the truth for once as an answer, which was Americans are too dumb to do the jobs. We have 3 groups, prison, firefights, public fire, and so we also use prison firefighters, do we?
Over keeping fire hydrants full, which is so dumb. I'm certain even Megyn.
Oh, actually, good point. Mercury Shadow. Sorry, I keep pausing this. I'll let it run for a minute. But this supposedly DEI firewoman is fucking up the fires, right? But the cops, what are the cops doing? They were protecting property. The LAPD, like within an hour of the Palisades fire breaking out, made a Twitter post of, we are out here in force, protecting property, ensuring that there are no looters. Like, they only care about property crimes. It's just the rich. Even when the news covers it, it's look at all these nice wealthy houses. It's look at Malibu. No one's talking about the working class houses that burned down, the thousands of people that are now homeless, who now Anna Kasparian's gonna whinge about being homeless because, you know, they don't care. They don't care. They hate you.
Knows she's full of shit, but she also knows her average viewer will buy the bullshit she's slinging. It's not even LAFD's job to keep the fire hydrants full. While there have been calls for investigations into why the fire hydrants ran dry, reporting by NPR indicated that the hydrants are really meant to be a resource for firefighters fighting a single house fire. They are not meant to put out massive forest fires.
There's not enough pressure
meant for that
when everyone is using it.
According to Kristen Crowley, the DEI fire chief hire, are woefully missing for the LAFD, which recently underwent budget cuts of over $17 million. Just last month, Chief Crowley warned that the reduced budget could mean less disaster preparedness. At the same time, the LAPD, police department, saw a budget increase of $126 million, according to local reporting from
Yes, and again, this
despite
was
being generally pretty useless. But also, according to many experts, there is no city on the planet.
She missed it here, which I did too on my first report of this. That budget cut of the $100 million was because last year they oh, sorry, was I just like playing the video without you guys seeing it? Oopsie.
Are woefully missing for the LAFD, which recently underwent budget cuts of over $17 million. Just last month,
we did.
Chief
Okay,
Crowley
cool.
warned
So what I was going to say is the idea of they cut $100 million from the LAFD is not true. What happened here was that last year, they bought $100 million worth of gear, new gear. And this year, they didn't have to buy the gear. That's all it was. That was the entire difference. Where is the chart that she showed? Because I'm like, did I skip too far ahead? I did skip too far ahead. My bad.
Meant to put out massive forest fires. There are other resources meant for that work. Resources which, according to Kristen Crowley, the DEI fire chief hire, are woefully missing for the LAFD, which recently underwent budget cuts of over $17 million. Just last month, Chief Crowley warned that the reduced budget could mean less disaster preparedness. At the same time, the LAPD, police department, saw a budget increase of $126 million, according to local reporting from KGW8.
They didn't cut $17 million from the LAFD. They didn't. Actually, the funding went up for the LAFD. This just doesn't show it right because last year they spent $100 million on new gear that doesn't need to be bought again this year. It was a one-time expense. It wasn't a recurring expense, which is why it looks like their funding was cut because they were allocated that funding for a single non-recurring expense. Their funding, I believe, is actually up a couple million.
Being generally pretty useless. But also, according to many experts, there is no city on the planet that could have been adequately prepared for what LA is dealing with right now. While disinformation and accusations fly over the cause and the handling of this disaster, the people on the ground losing their houses are in survival mode, trying to pick up the pieces. For them, these fires have been personally and
I hope any of you that are in California that you're safe and you're okay.
The damages caused by these fires is unknown as the disaster is still being contained, but it's estimated to be around $150 billion, the largest natural disaster in the state's history and potentially the country's history.
That's probably going to hit 200, and it is, I think, now the most expensive natural disaster that's ever happened to the United States, I believe.
While last summer, State Farm declined to renew fire insurance for 30,000 California homes, including 1,500 homes in the Pacific Palisades, citing increased exposure to catastrophe. Past fires have resulted in net losses for home insurance companies in California.
We really just need to make insurance companies illegal.
Other insurance companies pulled out of California before State Farm. Newsweek recently reported, according to the California Department of Insurance, 7 out of 12 of the Golden State's top insurers cut coverage in the state over the past 4 years. And those who were refused fire insurance coverage have little legal recourse. According to Newsweek, the law usually cannot force an insurance company to undertake.
They need to be banned. They need to be made illegal. That's all it is. I'm an hour away from the fires, but it's okay because the inauguration is in a few days. Well, please stay safe at those slob. I hope you have a go bag ready because the wind is not going anywhere for the next week. So please pay attention to your surroundings and be safe. And we will be covering the inauguration. Protect your pets too. I've seen people like talking about like, oh, are you gonna take your pet if you evacuate? And I think that's such like the dumbest question. How would you, if I had to leave my house and like instantly evacuate, I have no time, I would go for my cat before I go for documents. And yes, I do have a debate tomorrow.
Unless the insurance company voluntarily agrees to take on the risk and offers insurance coverage. State Farm decided not to renew fire insurance coverage. They didn't cancel it in the middle of these people's policies. So contractually speaking, they didn't break any contract. They just didn't renew, which is legally in their right. This is why what is right and what is legal are two very different things.
Please be careful.
We need laws and regulations regarding insurance companies because they will operate in whatever way is best for their bottom line unless the law requires them to do otherwise. According to Newsweek, California's law prevents insurance companies from non-renewing homeowners in and around a declared fire emergency area for a year after the fire.
Oh, look.
So now State Farm or any other insurer can't turn around and cancel coverage for people living in the area in reaction to these fires, at least not for the next year.
Or at least not until next week when the inauguration happens. And then Gavin Newsom pisses off Donald Trump, who's already threatening to withhold aid. And then they're like, yeah, you know what? We're just gonna pass this on to the insurance companies. Here's a little quick change. As they will do with everything else. It's the billionaire class. Again, that's the entire issue. It's not Trump, it's not left versus right, it's up versus down.
Coverage elsewhere and then pouncing the moment that one-year ban is up to deny coverage across the board in California. According to The New Yorker, until California state rules were revised last year, they prevented companies from using so-called catastrophe models to forecast losses from wildfires. Insurers could only look backward at historical losses.
It went up for the reason that they wanted to. That's it. They just felt like it.
Also, until last month, they could not pass on the cost of reinsurance.
Not really,
Basic
Ethoslav.
insurance
I mean, it kind of just
and which has been rising
follows
steeply in
from
price.
left versus
Now,
right.
because of changes to the law, insurers can base coverage and prices on future
Nationwide, knife in your side. Most areas will definitely be uninsurable now, so will have to be abandoned. People will just leave and the land will be worthless. It won't be worthless. The insurance companies will insure the rich because they're fine. What will happen is a lot of these houses are going to remain abandoned. People will not come back. And then big corporations will come in and they'll scoop that land up at a cheap. And then they'll build some monstrosity there. And then that'll burn down later too. So if you're moving out of California, I highly suggest Chicago, Michigan, Montana area, the Great Lakes, you know, where there's water. Yeah, well, that image of Obama and Trump laughing, that's the embodiment of it's a big club and you ain't in it.
estimated losses, which catastrophe models show will continue to increase. And insurance companies can now pass the cost of their own insurance on.
Colorado doesn't have a growing source of fresh water.
The one recourse that some in California have is a state-led insurance effort called FAIR. According to the New Yorker, as insurers have pulled out of California, the number of policies written by the state's FAIR plan has risen steeply. Just since late 2023, it has grown by more than 40%. Meanwhile, the value of the residential properties insured by FAIR has risen to more than $450 billion, triple what it was in 2020. This has led to worries that with all the damage from the current fires, the plan will go broke. Were FAIR unable to meet its obligations, the state's insurance companies would have to make up the difference. They, in turn, would pass on at least part of the cost of this assessment to consumers, further driving up prices. And the cost even of FAIR coverage can be too high for some homeowners. The Los Angeles Times reported that one homeowner had his farmer's insurance plan raised from $4,500 a year to $18,000.
Jesus Christ.
And when he looked to change to the FAIR plan, which has fewer benefits, he would have been required to cut down 10 trees on his property to improve fire safety, which was also too costly for him. I don't know how much it costs to cut down a tree in LA.
You know, like, Obama wasn't good. Obama was just another liberal. That was it. If you buy your house for cash, you don't need insurance. If you get it on a 30-year mortgage, then you must have it. Makes sense.
But in Minneapolis, to just get a tree trimmed is like $2,500 for one tree. So he decided to forego insurance on his Pacific Palisades home and then lost his home to these fires. And this is an impossible decision that more and more homeowners are facing as the rising cost of home insurance makes owning a home, something already prohibitively expensive, even more expensive in these disaster-prone areas.
You will own nothing and you will be happy.
Similar insurance issues in Colorado, where wildfires are also a growing threat, as well as Florida, Louisiana, and Texas, where increased hurricanes have made finding home insurance increasingly hard. So the issue of getting a home insured is becoming a bigger obstacle in areas across the country, all while homeownership generally is becoming less attainable for more and more people. For some perspective,
throughout the rest
of
the West as well.
About homeowners insurance until I bought a home, and even then it was still a formality that I knew was important, but didn't fully grasp how important until 2 summers ago we got golf ball-sized hail that put holes in the side of my house and damaged my roof. Just to repair my roof and siding on just 3 sides of my house from a little hail.
Imagine owning a home. True. I mean, look, to be entirely fair, I kind of owned a home for like 6 months, but not quite. I wasn't like on the title once, but that's it. And I don't own it now. And I lived in it. So, you know, it is what it is. By the way, Biden was, you know, up until Gaza, everyone would have thought Biden was great. And he was. He was the best president for domestic labor unions since FDR. But also was way more violent than Trump as well. That's the thing. We dropped way more bombs than Trump. We let more immigrants in. And that was good. That increased our economy. Everything domestically was great. I think every point that the right has domestic policy-wise is fucking retarded against Biden. Foreign policy-wise, he killed a lot of people. I mean, he's directly responsible for at least the continuation of the Israeli genocide, so.
$1,000. With my homeowner's insurance, I only had to pay about $6,000.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That is a life-changing amount of money.
I agree,
even
Captain
for people
Buggy.
who have the good fortune of owning their own home. So many people in this country are house poor. They own their home, but a large portion of their income goes to paying the mortgage, insurance, and all the other things that come with homeownership. So insurance is vital, even in parts of the country like Minneapolis, where I live, where we have fewer environmental threats. Without it, many people in California not only just lost all their earthly possessions, mementos, heirlooms, their kids' first grade pictures, and all the devastation that comes from that loss.
If it makes you feel any better, Biden wasn't cognitively there when he took office. Like, there was an absolute effort put in place to make sure that Biden didn't look like it. But back in 2021, there's already reports of his advisors, his chief of staff having to run the show.
They also lost their homes.
The Majority Report did a good video on it.
Steps where they saw their dad for the last time, etc. And if their fire insurance was cut, they had no financial protection. It's all just gone, even if they still owe money on the mortgage for the house that is no longer standing. For many, that is a financial setback that they will be paying for the rest of their lives. The levels of trauma unfolding for people in California right now are complex and so multifaceted, especially when you take racism into account. Yeah, that's right. I had to bring race into this. Buckle up, Buttercup, because it turns out that when disaster strikes, though the fires themselves see no color or race, the people who built the infrastructure sure as hell did. And that is having...
Mungo, what I miss? Not much. We're just learning about how the right wing lies about fires. Oh, you know what I just found? This. And yes, I've said this for a long time. Sebastian, you can't actually say that word on this platform. But Joe Biden is ideologically in favor of the state of Israel, which is why he pushed so much for it. But as well as that, you can see this in how he was ideologically pro-labor because of his domestic movements. He was an ideologically motivated president, whereas much of the rest of them just kind of go with wherever the flow is going.
Referenced how no one wants to take any blame for anything out in California. Instead, they're blaming climate change. I would really love for someone out there to explain to me how climate change is the reason that the reservoirs were dry, that there's no water in the fire hydrant.
I use Zyophilic, Zapatra. Can anyone explain to Laura Trump why climate change might be responsible for water running dry? Because that's how dumb she is. It was mostly just like staff. It was, God, I'm blanking on his name. Blinken. It was Blinken. As well as, like, other people.
Consequences that are being felt most heavily by minority communities in the Los Angeles area. This is called environmental racism. First,
I'll find the Majority Report video.
These fires are a direct result of climate change, despite what right-wing media and Trump would have you believe. According to The New Yorker, a 2023 study concluded that the area consumed by summer wildfires in California has increased by 500% during the past several decades, and that nearly all of the observed increase is due to warming. California is not even currently in traditional wildfire season, but environmental conditions that are consequences of a warming planet.
Yeah, it is really cool. Thank you guys for all the new viewers.
Anyway, according to Axios, just 0.
Why are they just allowed to lie? Because we got rid of the law that prevented them from it?
0.16 inches of rain have fallen in LA since
0.16 inches since May. That's how the fires start, by the way, when it's that dry in a place. Like, think about Los Angeles in the context of Australia, and even you Americans can imagine a dry ass bushy place in the middle of Australia and just lighting a match. It's the same idea because it's the same type of climate in ecology.
May, over 8 months and only 0.16 inches of rain, the second driest of that period on record. Typically, they would have gotten 4 inches in that time period. And according to Axios, studies show that climate change is increasing the odds that windy periods occurring deeper into the traditional rainy season will overlap with extreme dryness. And it is that, combined with the extreme weather changes caused by climate change, also known as hydroclimate whiplash, that creates...
That sounds fucking bad. Hydroclimate whiplash? That's a term I've not heard. Hydroclimate whiplash. I do know that Australian media is constantly like talking about how could this happen to us? Like, this might happen to us next year. We need to fix this. With climate change, they will have to move whole towns. We have had to do it here in Australia due to flooding and fire. Also, temperatures will just be unbearable to live in. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Zapatra is in Australia, they'll actually do that. In America, you'll just die. Either you do it yourself or you will die because they won't even tell you on the news. climate whiplash is what this is. It's what she's talking about. It's, yeah.
With extreme dryness. Bring deeper into the traditional rainy season.
It's the overlap between wind and dryness.
Will overlap with extreme dryness. And it is that, combined with the extreme weather changes caused by climate change, also known as hydroclimate whiplash, that created the conditions for these fires. LA saw 2 years of wetter than normal weather, which caused an increased growth of vegetation. Then drought hit, causing all that new vegetation to dry up and creating an abundance of new kindling for fires. The Santa Ana winds, which are generally normal, then combined with the abnormal climate change-fueled drought to literally fan the flames. This disaster is a perfect example of the complex, often hard to predict interplay of the harms caused by climate change. And while the Palisades fire is the largest and the one getting a lot of the attention, it's the Eaton fire that, despite being just over half the size of the Palisades fire, has caused the largest number of recorded casualties.
Yeah. Also, the Eaton fire is the one that's affecting the working class as well. Now, not to say that the Palisades fire didn't. It did also affect the working class, but the most of the damage here is to people like you and me. It's not to the wealthy. They get damaged too, but sure, they can afford it. People are losing their entire lives, their homes, and understand, like, losing your home, even as a wealthy person, losing your home is so much more than just losing the place that you sleep at night, your shelter. You keep all of your shit in your house. You have photos, you have videos, you have memories, you have jewelry, you have shit from people that is irreplaceable. So losing your home is a big deal.
16 people have reportedly died as a result of the Eaton fire. That fire hit Altadena, a community that is comprised of 58% people of color and was home to a number of black homes passed down through generations. Altadena was one of few places during the civil rights movement that offered housing and loans to black home buyers. According to Axios, recovering and rebuilding efforts typically overlook communities of color who struggle amid the maze of insurance bureaucracies and federal disaster relief programs. Outside of the actual fire zone, environmental
You're not wrong, Mercury Shadow.
Fires will continue to develop and will disproportionately affect communities of color. For example,
guys, millions of people are going to suffer. Billions of people are going to suffer. We've passed the 1.5 degrees Celsius climate threshold. When I was a child, I was a literal 5-year-old child. I was told that we can't allow that to happen, that it would be horrible if it did. 3 degrees is catastrophic. It's like end of the world shit. Obviously not end of humanity and not end of the world, but billions dead type shit. And we're halfway there. And our current governments, drill baby drill. Hey, Sapatra, you should go check out my video on YouTube about how the Australian mining industry is working with the Liberals behind the scenes. Their leaked Christmas party video that Friendly Jordy's covered. They're literally wearing hats saying, "Make coal great again." We're not getting better here. People are still homeless in Australia, waiting for houses to be rebuilt in the fires that happened years ago. Yeah.
South Central LA is home to an overwhelming percentage of LA's communities of color, largely due to racist zoning and redlining in the early 20th century that barred
that kind of stuff, saying it's just stuff and I'm just grateful I'm not dead, are people who didn't lose their stuff. There are people that didn't. The people who say it's fine are the people who aren't suffering. The people whose houses didn't burn down, that didn't lose photos of their dead grandmother, that didn't lose the last remnant they have of their dead wife. They didn't lose their child's birth certificate.
People from living anywhere other than in areas near heavily industrialized zones. As a result, according to Scope LA, the South Central area has one of the highest
Hunter's Politics also does good coverage. That's true.
Emergency visit and hospitalization rates in the county. The smoke from the ongoing fires and the contaminants like asbestos and lead in that smoke will impact communities that, as a direct result of racism that pushed them into dangerous industrial areas, suffer from respiratory issues at far higher rates than the general population.
You know who else suffers respiratory issues at much higher rates than the general population? The fucking firefighters, because they don't have health care. A lot of them are incarcerated. The ones that are incarcerated, by the way, are making $180 a month, while the private firefighters are making up to $7,000 a day, an hour sometimes. But no, you don't get any health insurance unless you can pay for it. You're breathing in the fumes from literal fires that you're fighting to save people's lives, but then you get lung cancer or some other respiratory illness and you can't breathe and you die. Nothing is filming worldwide for the next 2 months, so all of those people are unemployed. This is a side effect. The economic side effect will be like the 2008 mortgage crisis. And the prisoners, no, they make $180 a month. Not a week. It's a month. Monthly.
Fallout of these fires is impossible to predict and only just beginning. But race and class will absolutely play a role in who gets help and who suffers most. And while it is absolutely imperative to keep in mind the racial and socioeconomic disparities in this disaster, I do have a bone to pick with people in the comments sections who are
don't even say my bad. Thinking that it's 180 a week is like, you know that it's shit, but you can't conceptualize how bad it is. That's not a sorry type thing. Or worse, some of them did lose a lot in the fires, but were instructed to say those lines before going on air. That's also possible. And a lot of them probably did lose some stuff and then are in denial. They're traumatized. They're dissociating from the fact that everything that they had just burned down. People deal with trauma differently. Even if everyone collectively acknowledged the climate issue, it would still take a long time to fix. It doesn't help that the leader of the country, along with half the citizens, are only thinking of Gavin Newsom. Again, this should be the fossil fuels company's job. They should pay for this. They should pay for every single natural disaster that's attributed to climate change, which, by the way, is every one of them now, because they're all much more intense than they used to be. Even the ones that aren't new, which, by the way, you'll see. You'll start seeing hurricanes in places where you don't normally see hurricanes doing weird shit. I've been saying that the outback of Australia might be green in 100 years because of the shift in the equatorial lines of where like storms are produced and where they go after that. It's the same type of thing as we saw with Hurricane Milton, moving the opposite way than hurricanes usually do and hitting Florida right off from the side. That kind of stuff will happen more commonly. Speaking on that, everyone should YouTube Jon Stewart speaking 911 first responders. True. Good one.
Particularly righteous from their armchairs while misdirecting their righteous indignation in all the wrong places. As these heartfelt pleas for help or videos of people crying while standing in front of burnt out husks of what were once their homes are posted online, the takes online in the comment section are, well, they're bad. They're bad takes. What about Palestine? One person screams. What about North Carolina?
Mel Gibson's trying to get people to take fucking ivermectin for cancer.
Cries another. Am I supposed to feel bad for rich people now? Screams a third.
I'm aware,
indicating that
Sepatra.
the brain rot and failure of our public school system is truly at its apex in this country. Have you seen what $1 million can buy you in Los Angeles? A modest starter home, generally speaking. Owning $1 million home in LA does not put you in the 1%. Being an actor who's appeared in some of your favorite TV shows or movies also does not necessarily put you in the 1%. Like, let's take some time to connect the dots because people love.
You can have $10 million and you are closer to a homeless person than you are to the 1%. You can have $50 million and you're more likely to be a homeless person than have $1 billion in your lifetime. Even still, because money creates money, you would think $50 million. You know how much $1 billion is? It's almost inconceivable.
Love to be outraged and to withhold empathy online and completely.
You can't have that much money without stealing.
Reality. The systems you love to also tear apart and complain about in the comment section, and that I love to run my mouth about on this show, are the same systems that are fucking people.
Oh yeah, no, I'm being charitable here. You can have losing money can happen like this. You can have $100 million and end up homeless, but the billionaire class is insulated from all of this because they have systems in place that they can never lose money. They can only give it away, but you can't benefit from these systems up until you hit that wealth point. And by the way, sorry, Leja, I'm gonna cut you off here, but I've said this a bunch of times. I've said this over and over and over again. After a certain point, the more money you have, it makes you mentally ill. It damages your brain. And also, it doesn't make you happy, which even they're saying on the mainstream media now.
Once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness. So why on earth Would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where say above, pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between 30,000 a year for a household,
we used to tax these motherfuckers like 80%.
The well-being of that household. Low-income kids in low-income households have higher resting blood pressure, but the difference between making 10 million a year and 15 million a year offers you no happiness. But these individuals have weaponized government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being murdered in the street.
By the way, I feel like maybe it's a good sign that they're talking about revolution and afraid of what he just said. I think that that's an interesting concept. I feel like maybe class consciousness was spreading around a bit. Free Luigi.
Whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it or Black Lives Matter, what are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room, such that a small number of individuals and a small number of companies can be worth more than nation states.
I think Hassan actually interviewed this guy, but no, he's right. Not only does after a certain point amount of money no longer make you happy, you get diminishing returns, it actually makes you mentally ill to an extent. It's like being a drug addict and using over and over. It's like being a gambling addict and using over and over, building those mental pathways. Now, there's a line for that, and most of us are nowhere near close to it. But once you're close to it and you hit that line, that's what happens. But I do like the fact that they're, look at Joe's head down ass, he wasn't ready. Yeah, they don't like talking about revolution, about class consciousness, about really anything like that on mainstream media. MSNBC has also bent the knee to the oligarchy. They're just pretending like they haven't sometimes. Morning Joe guy looks like a landlord during 1950s China.
Over in California. Yeah, it is insane that some of the houses that burnt down cost millions of dollars because our housing market is absolutely
Dennis the bloody peasant.
Home prices are out of control. Soon to get worse if Trump follows through with deporting a huge percentage of the already depleted construction
They're not deporting anybody. They're going to say they're going to deport like 10 people. Then they're going to have the mission accomplished flag that that Bush had after, like, you know, we won the war. And then they're just going to put them all into labor camps. That's it. Why would you deport them? They can do labor. Make them slaves. That's what we do with our prisoners anyway. That's what they want to do.
Force in this country. That's up. Let's get mad at the system and show solidarity with the people who, despite somehow managing to find the resources to own homes in this hellscape, have now still lost everything. Yeah, it is wild that someone can be a celebrity and also be serving you coffee because
prison stocks went up instantly when Trump won.
And media conglomeration means that actors and artists are getting royally fucked
by and AI. They're all stealing your jobs too. I'll do I'm going to talk about AI on Friday unless there's big news that comes out after.
And smaller studios can't exist or thrive, and the pay for actors and others involved in the TV and movie industries has been pushed ever downward. That's up.
Yeah, they'll deport that 1.3 million in the queue and then everyone else goes to a labor camp.
Mad at the system and show solidarity with people who, despite somehow having the desire and passion to continue acting or working in the industry despite the odds, are still getting screwed over. Your anger is justified. You just need to turn it towards the actual source of the problem.
Do you guys understand? She's right again, by the way. Do you guys understand how much it costs to deport people? Do you know why the Nazis started killing the Jews? Because the Nazis originally said they were going to deport the Jews for economic reasons. And then they found out that it's really fucking expensive and difficult to do that. And then they started killing them. They're not going to do that here. They want workers. They want slaves. They want serfs. They want people. They want those H-1B visas, except they also don't want to pay for them.
Crying on your For You page. And yeah, I'm even including the millionaires here. No one should be a billionaire, but being a millionaire, especially in LA, doesn't really mean a lot. The cost of living is so high and the price of houses is so high that having $1 million in LA doesn't really mean it. According to reporting from KTLA, to be in the top 1% in California, you have to be earning more than $1 million every year, which is very different from having a net worth of $1 million.
Like, people give Hassan a lot of shit because they say he's like rich because he has a house and he has a nice car. He's not that rich. He's not 1%. He's richer than the rest of us, but he's not rich. He lives in he lives in fucking LA. Remember when Hitler was seen as a bad person? Yeah, I do. I forgot. It's been so long since those days.
Now, of course, if you do have a net worth of $1 billion,
good old
you're far
days.
and away much richer than a huge swath of the American population. But, and maybe this is a hot take given the comment section I've seen and my own comment section, being mad at millionaires also isn't the answer. Someone's worth 10 million bucks, God bless, especially an actor who's making movies, hurting no one, whatever.
The issue is the billionaire class. Everyone else we can deal with later. Billionaires first.
Again, your anger is valid, but it is misplaced. Getting mad at someone because they're wealthier than you is a waste of energy. The difference between $1 million and $1 billion is about $1 billion. The difference between some millionaire actor's wealth versus Elon Musk's $400 billion.
I don't know if it's good up the ice cream, but have fun. Firstly, according to DSH reports, the unauthorized citizen count has been between 9 and 11 million since DHS started counting. They lie about everything. Political smack. We dealt with this before the election. Immigrants commit less crimes. Both born and naturalized citizens commit more crimes per capita when you adjust for population than both legal and illegal immigrants combined. 2 classes, people who work for the living and people who don't. Actually, there's 3 classes. There is the people who don't work for a living, there's the people who work for a living, and then there's the lower people who don't work and aren't living. The poor exist to scare the shit out of the working class so that the working class will keep going to work.
Dollars is about $400 billion. The scale is
Hassan did the most fucking human thing that I have seen in years. Hassan going and interviewing those incarcerated firefighters was the most human thing I've seen in years. Sorry.
And the scale of the harms is directly correlated. You need to get mad at the people who have hundreds of millions of dollars, who are making their vast fortunes, sums no human could ever think to spend in a single lifetime, off the backs of laborers who they underpay, or insurance companies who f over their clients, or opiate production that takes advantage of people to get them addicted. The people who don't even have to give a shit about California.
Oh yeah, that was never true, ever. And honestly, even if it was, I don't care, because immigrants are good for the country. Every argument against immigration that exists in the United States is fucking retarded. George Carlin, his 1992 stand-up, yep, started my political journey. George Carlin also was a big portion of the start of my political journey.
Because they live in some secluded area you've never even heard of with a bunker.
That's a good point, Captain Buggy. Notice how media focuses on streamer interviews prison workers instead of interviewing the prison workers themselves.
And a spaceship if things get really ugly.
I know he did.
The person who tweeted asking if there was a private firefighting service they could hire, but probably voted in favor of gutting social services and funding for firefighters. The insurance coverage from companies like Chubb and AIG that are, according to the Wall Street Journal, bespoke, not part of the general market, and specifically aimed to give high net worth individuals access to insurance that the rest of the market can't get. You need to direct.
And that's what I meant by the rich will be fine. They have special insurance just for them. And also, I do wish George Carlin was still with us too, Mercury Shadow, because it really pisses me off when I see right-wingers pretending like he would like them.
Your class consciousness at those assholes, not the people crying because their house just
yes,
burned down.
up versus down, not left versus right.
And go do something about it. Give money to crowdfunding for people affected, send supplies, but also work for change in whatever way you can that is long-term and big picture change. If politics is your thing, working towards ranked choice voting and getting rid of winner-take-all systems would allow for the flourishing of third parties and better representation at the state and local level.
By the way, the Democratic Socialists of America holds 50 state legislature seats, won more seats than any third party has won in decades. That special is just burned out my brain? Hell yeah.
Change could eventually gain momentum and go national. Pushing for greater state laws controlling money and politics could create national momentum too. If there's a specific issue you're passionate about, like abortion access, go volunteer to actually do something about it. Be a clinic escort, donate, join a local activist organization and protest or sign petitions or door knock or lobby your elected officials. Go do
Please
something.
listen to her and listen to me. Do something. You can phone bank. You can do exclamation point PV. Go join Progressive Victory. I phone banked with them during the election. They're doing shit right now. They're organizing. They're figuring out what the next step is. Join them. Go be a part of something. Go join the Socialist Rifle Association. Go to your local homeless shelter and see if you can help people. Go build a community offline, because Online community is great. I love it, right? I love all of you. But as a society, we have gone so far into individualism and lost all concepts of community that most of you probably can't go speak to another human being that you don't know without feeling anxious or uncomfortable about it. Go and make friends. Go and talk to strangers. Go and walk around your town. Talk to the shop clerk. Talk to the police. Talk to the fire department. Go to your local library. Build a community, because online social interaction, while it may be wonderful and great, can only ever produce a facsimile of the benefits that you get from in-person real social interaction. It's never going to be the same. It can't apply one-to-one. Sorry, 1 second. What the fuck is happening? Sorry about that. And yes, talk to the police. You can do that. Just go be nice to them. And, you know, obviously, do this in a way that you're safe. Don't put yourself in a risky environment. Don't talk to people that are likely about to hurt you. But if you have privilege, yeah, go talk to the police. Go make friends with them. Because let's say you have let's say you are white and you go make friends with the police, but your neighbor is undocumented. Well, when the police come, you can say, wait, hold on, leave that guy alone. He was born here. I've seen his birth certificate. I grew up with that kid. And then they'll leave them alone. You build trust so you can use that to A, protect yourself and protect the people in your community. You can use that to go run for your school board, your election board. You can, that the conservatives, right, built their system like this. They hated Obama. They lost twice in a row. And during Obama's administration, they fundamentally changed the party. The Tea Party was a great precursor to look at all this. The Tea Party is exactly pre-MAGA. That's what they did. They infiltrated the party. Remember, the first Trump term, half of the Republicans very much disliked Trump. And they're all gone now. Why? Because they got people involved from the bottom up. They changed the party from the bottom up. We have to do the same. You have to learn how to use rhetoric the way that they do, use messaging the way that they do, because otherwise, what change can you make this way? Repent, Mugfuga. What are you confused about? I'm surprised by the fact that my dad is pretty much a Christian nationalist and he loves Carlin. I'm not surprised about that at all. The thing is, everybody loves Carlin, and everyone thinks that Carlin would like him, or them, and Carlin would hate all of them. Including me. Carlin would hate the shit. He hate me as well. I'm annoying. I never stop talking. I'm exactly the type of person that that Biden, not Biden, that Carlin would hate. I did the Biden side eye emote. No, that was just like an emote that I felt like it didn't mean anything. It was just the emote that I felt. I was like, huh, Biden would look at this way. There was this black stand-up comedian who called out the Tea Party early on. I remember that. The Tea Party was always going to end up here. They never read Carlin's books. They never listened to what he says half the time. You think that they listen? Even back then? The greatest issue that has led to all of this, again, is the same thing I said earlier. People can't feel uncomfortable without having to remove that feeling from their body, without having to do something about it. They need to not feel uncomfortable. And so they react instead of think. They don't do critical analysis. They don't think logically. They don't introspect because their own feelings make them feel bad. It was some special where the first thing he said on stage was, I want to fuck Michelle Obama. They just heard the dick jokes because there was always dick jokes. They heard what they wanted to hear and ignored what they didn't want to hear. That's it.
Sitting there lobbing hate comments at strangers on the internet. Don't lie to me. Get some therapy, and then go actually make change instead of pontificating from your armchair. You are helping no one. Similarly, the people playing whataboutism on social media, trying to call people out and make people feel bad for talking about the fires because other people are also suffering elsewhere in Gaza or North Carolina.
That's a stupid fucking thing to say.
Or else, yes, absolutely, we should not forget about those atrocities and lose sight of the work.
I've yet to see someone say that, but like I would roast the shit out of them if they did.
On there, but this isn't a suffering competition. The people dying and losing their homes in California are literally in survival mode. And as a country, we are watching on in horror and concern for our fellow human beings. Competing for which cause is more worthy of attention, or trying to make people feel bad for literally trying to survive, or for paying attention to an atrocity as it unfolds, is not the high horse you think it is. Comparing trauma is a dangerous game that leads to divisions and burnout and helps no one. Because we literally can't all be concerned with all the things all the time. And we cannot be...
Again, the issue that everyone is focusing on is the Democrats and the Republicans. These are not the issues. It is the oligarchy. That's the issue. Everything else comes after. Every issue that we're facing comes from the oligarchy. We can get rid of them, and then we can fix the rest of the issues afterward.
One another
Focus.
at a time when that only serves the people who want to see us divided. Again, the billionaires who don't give two shits whether any of us live or die. There is space in our hearts for California and for Gaza, but you cannot expect the world to ignore the other atrocities happening, especially when they're in our backyard, to focus on one singular atrocity because you've deemed it the worst. Your anger is justified, but it is targeted at the wrong thing.
It's a smokescreen to distract from the insurance company denials protecting the billionaire class. You're exactly right. Again, remember what happened after Luigi allegedly shot Brian Thompson? Was we gave 175 CEOs socialist healthcare. They got group therapy with the mayor and the governor, and then they got their own little police force. But what else happened? The NYPD declared anybody that was not completely critical of the killing of Brian Thompson as a potential extremist. We are all on a list. Any of you in New York, you're on a list, motherfucker. The NYPD thinks you might be a terrorist. And all of this is going to be used as a justification against the left.
Absolutely keep talking about Gaza or North Carolina or Sudan or whatever is the thing you're most passionate about. But be sure your anger is directed at the actual causes and not spread across social media at strangers on the internet who you've decided aren't paying attention to the correct things. Always remember to be punching up. Eat the rich. And you can join me in eating the rich over on my Patreon, where I just launched the Why America Co-Learning Lab, a learning community having discussions and making connections along with a monthly syllabus curated by me. All year will...
She's correct. The argument I hear is why people in North Carolina suffering and you care more about kids being bombed in Gaza, kids being kidnapped in Russia, civilians being bombed in... Like, our government could do as many or as much of this as they want. Yeah, we could fix all of those things, Mercury Shadow. The complaint that they have is nonsensical, but it comes from a place of rationale. They want to know why we're ignored and why the news keeps talking about people overseas. The reason for that is because the Republicans don't want to pay for anything. They're also trying to not pay for the shit overseas, but they don't advertise that to their side because they want their supporters to be mad about it. I attempted on a live once and will be in debt for the rest of my life for, Jesus Christ, man. What a way to save somebody's life, is to put them in debt for the rest of their life. That's horrible. A large reason the U.S. is underfunded is because so much money goes into the industrial war machine. That's not why, Zapatra. It is a reason why we're partially underfunded, but it's not a large reason why. The large reason why is that the rich just don't pay taxes. They just don't pay taxes. The largest 100 corporations last year barely paid any taxes. The rich almost never do because they keep all of their finances in offshore bank accounts. They have all these loopholes. They just don't pay taxes. That's it. That's so fucked up, leftist Leo. You gotta get your ass to like Australia. People aren't even touching the horror in Africa. It's actually insane and hell on earth. True. I mean, there's so much shit everywhere, guys. Like, right now, I just want you to not give up hope. Because I know it looks bleak, right? But understand that they're gonna fuck it up. They're going to fuck everything up. Alright, well, that's it for today. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm gonna raid somebody. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow to see my debate with Quibbles. That's going to be quite a lot of fun. Anyone have a, actually, never mind. I know who will raid. You're gonna own his unkempt ass. I'm excited. I'm excited. It's tomorrow, same time as regular stream. It'll be starting same time today, actually, just like half hour after regular stream start time. But yep, tomorrow. And I do have a schedule. It's on my Twitch channel. Go to my Twitch page and check the schedule. And we are rating. No, I am not. Wait, why? I can still hear you. 1 second. Yeah, no, I'm not EST time zone, but I do work off EST time zone. I'm in Australia, so it'll be what, 5:30 EST for you? 5:30. All right.